So. Unmute this.
Hello, hello. Oh, there we go. All right. Excuse me, the time is now 7:04 p.m. I'll now call this meeting of the Bridgewater Town Council to order. Please join me in rising for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight's Town Council meeting is being streamed live via YouTube. Please go to the Town of Bridgewater Facebook page for the link. I do not have any condolences this evening from our veterans agent, but please join me in a moment of silence for all of Bridgewater's veterans who have passed and for their families. Thank you. We'll begin with approval of minutes from our previous meetings. Do I have a motion to approve our March 10th, 2026 meeting minutes?
So moved. Second.
Motion made and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next, we have our March 17th, 2026 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion for approval?
Second.
Motion made and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And then lastly, we have our special town council meeting minutes, March 26, 2026. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion made and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. Thank you. So announcements from the president. I'll begin by starting with that we have closed the period to apply for the Charter Review Committee. We've had a good amount of residents who have applied for that, and we will be ratifying those appointments in one of our town council meetings coming up, so please be on the lookout for that. Thank you to everybody who applied. It's a very important position, and we look forward to having that committee convene this year and make some recommendations to the council for some potential implementations moving forward. I also want to address a number of other things. Over the last week, I've had direct conversations with members of the Middleborough Select Board to address their concerns and protect our emergency water connection agreement. Tonight, we will discuss our path going forward during our discussion period. Thursday, I'm going to be holding a special meeting where the town council will vote to formally commit to no new water service connections and codify the outdoor water ban. I want to assure everybody that Bridgewater and Middleborough are aligned and that we will do what's best for our community, and you'll see that on Thursday. I also want to remind everybody of our annual cleanup, which usually happens around Earth Day. This year, we're going to be doing that on Saturday, April 18th at 10 a.m. This year, we're going to be focusing on 3 locations: Lake Nipponicket, which we always do, which I attended last year. Thank you, Pat Neary, for usually heading that effort. I don't know if she's here in the audience tonight. And we'll also be cleaning up Town River Landing will be the meeting spot, and then we'll kind of go around places downtown, particularly Broad Street, maybe down by the train tracks. Obviously, stay safe and clean up some trash down there, and then Carver's Pond as well. There's a bunch of people here this evening, but is Sophia here? Sophia Vitorino, please come up. I want to acknowledge Sophia, who is a Bridgewater State University student, and she's been instrumental in organizing this year's effort and working to designate student and community volunteers to lead these other locations. So Sophia, please introduce yourself and just say a couple of words.
All right. So my name's Sophia. I'm a senior at Bridgewater State University, and I'm minoring in sustainability. So as part of my capstone project, I've been working with the president of the town council to organize this town cleanup. I was inspired by the annual town cleanup in North Attleboro, which is really well established and serves as a really visible and tangible way of bringing the community together. So I'm hoping that this effort will carry forth and kind of remain a really central, organized effort going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Appreciate your partnership on this, and I look forward to working with you and members of the community on Saturday. Again, that's Saturday, April 18th, 10 a.m. After the cleanup, we'll be gathering at Town River Landing, where a dumpster is going to be generously donated by Mike Marchand. We're 99% sure that's going to be happening from Mr. Marchand, so we thank him for that. We're also going to try to procure some light refreshments to close out the day, so if there are any local businesses that are listening and want to potentially participate and donate, we would appreciate that. So we would love to have you. If anybody has any questions, you can just email me directly, jloretti@bridgewaterma.org. But otherwise, no communication or signups are necessary. Just show up on 10 a.m. April 18th on Saturday, and we'll clean up this town. And I thank you in advance for your efforts. Next up, speaking of community events, we have First Responder Day, which is Saturday, April 25th. So please head down again to Town River Landing for that. It's a great event. Alistair does a great job of putting that on. And then, of course, go out and vote as well. I also wanted to recognize and commend our Veterans Service Agent, Mr. Greg Martin. Is Greg here this evening? I don't see him here. But he and the Veterans Council did a tremendous job doing a community fundraising effort to bring forward and to unveil a brand new Vietnam Veterans War Monument, which is now at the Edward O'Donoghue Middle School. It's a beautiful monument, and it was an even more beautiful presentation and ceremony that day. So thank you. I see some of our veterans are here this evening. Thank you all for not only your service, but in those efforts. And thank you, members of the community. I see Mr. D'Amelia in the back, who doesn't like recognition, but he did participate. And I wanted to thank everybody. I'm forgetting people who participated in that effort, but thank you all, and thank you for residents for showing up. So I really wanted to just send my appreciation for that. And then finally, it was made to my attention that, brought to my attention that Mr. Steve Donahue, who served on the school committee for multiple terms and was instrumental in the new high school being constructed, recently passed away. And some members of the public asked me to recognize him and his service to our community. And I just wanted to ask you all for one more moment of silence here for Mr. Steve Donahue. All right, thank you very much. That's all I have for now.
Mr. President, could I
Yes.
make one request?
Sure.
Quickly? In our minutes in our packet, I noticed on page 6, there was an error of names, and since this is going to be lasting forever for people to look up, I was hoping we could just change it. It's in the middle of the first large paragraph, which says, "Talked with Rep. Gallagher and Senator Gallagher," and we changed that to Senator Driscoll. Do you see it? It's under C, water update, and about the 4th line from the bottom.
Oh, it's Senator Driscoll.
Yeah, just make it Senator Driscoll.
Are we able to amend those after the fact? No.
Oh, I thought, no? So this has to be in history forever that they're going to see that?
Our town council, do we have a,
You can make a motion to amend, but you should have done that, like, at the initial stage before you voted.
Oh, did we
The
vote?
minutes.
Did we vote to accept them already? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't even recognize
That's okay.
that.
I think a motion to amend would be in order.
okay. So you want
Yeah,
to make that
a motion to amend.
And do we have a second? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. And do we need to reapprove the motion to accept the minutes as amended now?
I would.
All right, so I'll look for a motion on that, please.
So moved.
A motion made and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you for that. Okay, so moving on, we do have some a license transaction. We do have discussions with our school district partners, and to honor their time, we do want to take a couple of things out of order. So to our counselors, I would entertain a motion to take license transactions out of order.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. So we'll now go to license transactions. This is petition P 2026-021, request to amend common victular license, Smith Bev Inc., DBA Tropical Smoothie. So does the petitioner have anything to comment on this one?
Thank you, Council. Smith Patel here from Tropical Smoothie. I just want to thank you for the opportunity. Pretty straightforward change, nothing too crazy, just want to amend the hours here. So I believe the convict would be amended as well. We are just hoping to go to a 24/7 schedule, so I'll take any comments or questions.
Great. Any questions from counselors? Councilor Kennedy?
Obviously, you're making that change. Do you feel like you have the business to support that during those hours?
I believe so. It is a decision. Obviously, it's a big decision, so we have reviewed it as my team internally, as well as just a lot of feedback from the town, local law enforcement, the college, hospital workers, a lot of midnight shift workers have approached us. So I believe the demand is definitely there, and it's something exciting that we're happy to offer to the town.
Okay, and through the president to you again as well. There was a concern over congregation in the late hours. Really, that's a concern, I think, anywhere in town, because it increases the use of services for police and fire. Can you just speak at all to, I know what is your latest hour currently?
We're at midnight already.
You're at midnight
Yeah.
already? Are there any issues with congregating into the evening?
No, I wouldn't say
Outside
so.
or in the parking lot or any of, okay.
No.
That's all, thank you.
Any other questions, counselors?
I have a comment, and that would be, we are concerned with people gathering, but I don't want to be an impediment to your business. In terms of first responders and those sorts of people who have all those different shifts, would it work if you closed at, let's say, 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., and then opened up again at, let's say, 5 or 6?
That is a decision that we did review, but we felt that it would be more seamless because there are a lot of commuter kind of workers that go through those kind of off hours, and that being able to stay open for those hours would help me with the cleaning operations, staffing changes, and preparation work as well, versus just shutting down for maybe 3-4 hours out of the day, just to open back up again, would actually, I feel like, create more disruption. So,
I love your place,
thank you.
and I would love to say yes, but I have to respect the police department because they oppose this for many reasons,
Okay.
and I think they're more qualified to make a decision than I am, so unfortunately, I would have to vote no.
Any other questions, councilors?
I was just wondering, I don't know who this is to, maybe the town manager. Do we know how many businesses we have in town that currently operate 24/7?
I believe the McDonald's is the current one that does 24/7. Steve? The Cumberland Farms. Yeah.
Steve's here.
Steve.
And then you have a few businesses down in the industrial zone, trucking businesses, but, I mean, they're private, they don't, are really open at but Cumberland Farms is probably the most fluid one, anyone knows down there.
Thank you.
So my question through you, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, based on Councilor McGrath's comment, could we have input from the police chief?
Our police chief is here. Chief, are you willing to comment?
I sent a letter of opposition. Yeah, our main opposition to the business is we just don't have another area like that. So congregating at that hour of the night, it poses some safety problems. I'll be honest with you, I haven't heard from the business owner. So to talk about this ahead of time, I haven't spoken from anybody. Be happy to, but I'm not sure it will really change anything. 24-hour operations in the community are really limited for a variety of reasons. Cumberland Farms coming and going. McDonald's is a drive-through, so.
Any questions for our chief?
Could I just ask a question on that, Chief?
Sure.
With the McDonald's, I think that's a good example, although a drive-through and not really an area to congregate.
Yeah.
Do you work with BSU at all on some of that process, or are they not included? And I'm just thinking with a high population of Bridgewater State students and likely be a heavy user of a 24/7 operation, what would that look like?
So let me understand your question. Do we work with the college police on matters revolving around 24-hour businesses?
Yeah, I'm just curious if a conversation has had, or if there are any other.
Yeah, so we talk to them regularly about security issues. To tell you the truth, one of the benefits that we had, if you recall, years ago, we had a 2 o'clock liquor license. And that posed a lot of problems because neighboring communities had a 1 o'clock license, and it attracted a lot of problems. As you remember, about 2007, we had a homicide that took place over here at Bogart's, a stabbing murder that took place. And I'm not saying that's going to happen here. They are different. However, the environment, I think, is what's at issue. And although I respect the business owner, and I'm glad we have good businesses, that's what we want to encourage in the community. If there are good, healthy businesses here in this community, it's good for the police department, it's good for the community. However, I think in this circumstance, as I said, I haven't had any conversation or communication with the business owner, and I would have said this respectfully to you directly. I think a 24-hour operation that actually conducts business on the premises inside is different from the policy that this community has had for many years and poses a problem for us in that regard.
Thank you.
Would it be, I don't know who this question is for, but would it be appropriate to postpone it and have the police chief and the business owner have a conversation and maybe bring it back to the council?
This is a question for our town council. If we deny this, is the business owner able to come back to us after maybe there's been a discussion, amended hours, or is this going to be finished?
I'm not saying deny it, I'm
You
saying.
could also make a motion to continue as well.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to continue.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second. May I make a comment also?
Yeah, we're discussing the motion to continue, sure.
Okay, well, it has to do with the substance of this article, not the continuation.
Well, I think that's still appropriate.
Okay. The difference would be that there's no liquor license at this place, right? So the Bogart's thing was with liquor, and this is smoothies, so hopefully people aren't getting drunk on smoothies.
Well, I hope so. I share that with you, Counselor. They are different, I would agree with that. I think the issue is the same, though, and that is after-hours congregating of people, and they may come from other establishments. It's not necessarily this gentleman's issue that we have. And so they are different businesses, but there is a similarity in there. And as I said to you, I oppose that type of establishment on a 24-hour basis. I think it's going to attract problems for the community. I don't see the benefit. I don't think the benefit of granting that type of license is more valuable to the community than it is for the safety of the community at those hours.
Comments from other counselors or questions?
Paul?
Sean? Oh,
Just two quick comments. I think, Chief, I don't want to take words out of your mouth, but I think at one point you just said, I'm not sure it would have made much of a difference if you had talked. I think you feel strongly about this regardless.
Yeah, and so I'm not here because I haven't communicated with him. I'm actually here on another matter, but I'm happy to talk about it anytime. It's a change in policy. So if you go down this road of now having establishments open 24/7 that are actually eating, if you go out onto the highway, those are drive-through only as well. So those are 24-hour establishments that are out there. Cumberland Farms allows people to come inside, they get what they get, and then they move on. And so I don't think there's a drive-through capability with this establishment, and what we're concerned about is, particularly in that downtown area, remember what the issues are there. That is a disproportionate police demand for service in one particular area of the community. You as residents demand police service that covers the entire town, not just in one area, and that's what we're concerned about, and that's what we used to have for a problem here. And so we've done a lot strategy-wise. This council has done a lot in policy to make sure that that's not a disproportionate demand in one particular area of the community, so that you have police service throughout, whether it's emergency service or just regular routine disturbance services. So I think that's really the issue, and that's why we're opposed to it.
And then my second comment, you just kind of mentioned and answered, and I feel like I'm going to eat my words like I usually do, but I don't believe that a policy currently exists for 24/7 operations in Bridgewater. I think that's just been sort of how we've been operating. And so I would encourage any town councilors up here to also think about writing maybe a process for moving forward for this, because I think it would be helpful for the town and maybe help not have to put you in this situation or others in this situation to have to vet each individual. But maybe a set of standards would be really helpful for us moving forward on what this looks like too.
any further questions or comments from counselors? Discussion on continuing?
I have one. I don't see the sense of continuing it. I mean, we got a letter from the police chief, and whether he knows the owner or doesn't, he's just basing it on policing, nothing else.
Yeah, my take is as well. I mean, with the chief's feedback as well as the building inspector, you know, they both had concerns. I don't think continuing it at this time is probably going to do any party either, you know, good or bad. I think based on the information that we have at hand, I wouldn't hesitate to make a decision this evening. I am obviously a business owner in town. I'm certainly pro-business, but I'm also pro-safety. So I don't see myself going against the wishes of the police chief at this time, so.
Thank you.
I'm going to withdraw the motion.
Withdraw your motion? Okay. So, motion's just,
Yeah, just because we actually exited the motion. I'm inclined to support it, and I definitely respect the police chief's opinion. Having worked overnights and 24-hour shifts myself, the only place to eat really anywhere is a McDonald's or a Cumberland Farms. And I know from going to Cumberland Farms late at night, there's congregation in that parking lot, and I'm sure that that's an issue for our department. But I also want to support small business owners, and if he's able to deliver basically non-alcoholic drinks to college students at 2 in the morning, and if that helps his business, then I think that that's a good thing for him and for the town. But also, I was curious as to, and I don't expect a response, through you, Mr. President, if there is a problem, if this were to pass and there is a problem, what is the process for changing those hours? Is it policy through the entire town, or is it contacting the business owner?
You can bring the business owner back before the board and revoke what you had previously approved for the license.
Okay.
So there is a license revocation process, at which time you could also do an amendment to the license. But there's a whole hearing process. I believe we did it recently on a license transaction where there was some ambiguity about the circumstances. So it would follow a similar
Same process, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to say, even though I probably won't support the 24-hour, it's a really nice business, and I'm really glad you're there.
Thank you.
I would like to say that I also support the business. I think that we should be supporting business in our town philosophically, and the fact that this is a non-alcohol business, I think we can do so without total trepidation. So I plan to support this. Thank you.
Any further
Am I
comment?
allowed to make more comments, or no, not yet?
Sure, yeah.
If I may, I just want to also add, so I can see there's both sides of this, but I just want to make a little bit more about my case as to why. In addition to obviously the non-alcoholic smoothies and beverages, we do offer a whole host of food items as well, and that was kind of the more integral part of this, to offer those breakfast options, those healthier kind of wraps, sandwiches, and salads, freshly made, in addition to food items, to, of course, workers and students in the area. And then I can totally work with the police department going forward to make sure that if there are any issues, we would be first in hand to work those out. And in terms of congregation being an issue, it's not something that we've experienced at all, even being open till midnight. It's not something we've had at any point of the hours, even busy lunch hours. Most of our orders are honestly 50% plus mobile orders, where they're pick up to go. So no one's usually in the cafe in and out in less than maybe 3 minutes on average when they pick up orders. That being said, people are obviously allowed to eat inside. And so even then, it's more be 10, 15 minutes. It's really never been a congregation issue, even since we've been open for almost 8 months now. So I don't feel like that would be an issue. Then again, combining the fact that there is no alcohol, there is none of that concept there either. But yeah, I can still take any more questions, and maybe it's an approval subject to any violations or anything like that, or reporting to the police. But again, the reason for this is to obviously expand the business hours, but offer more job employment opportunities for the town, to offer that nutritious options as well to the town as well, and just create more tax revenue for the town as well. So obviously I see a lot of benefits to this, but hopefully we can come up with some sort of arrangement.
Okay.
Could I ask, what time do you open in the morning? How?
I open at 7.
At 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further questions? for the petition? Sure.
Would it be appropriate to put some conditions on extending his license? Like if there's any police activity, it's revoked? Something to that
I'm
effect?
okay with that as well, because I'm
I think
from
that would be
Pembroke, which is-
difficult because there's some entitlement to due process, so they would be entitled to a process anyway, which
Yes.
which exists. You can put conditions on the expansion of the license, but they can't be tied to a revocation without
Okay.
due process.
Okay.
What I would suggest, and if we do deny this evening, is there a certain waiting period until this gentleman can come back and petition again for more hours? So what I would suggest is, I'm all for small businesses. I love your concept. I see the need to provide meals and food and drinks to late shift workers. But I don't know if we continue this, if we're going to be able to have a concrete plan that everybody is comfortable with by the next meeting. So I would be in favor of denying this and say, work with the chief and come up with a plan that he's comfortable with and that this council could kind of get behind, and so that we could all enthusiastically put our support behind you so that we all feel comfortable with that. That's just my personal position. I just wanted to make sure that if we deny this, that there isn't like a year holdover period or anything like that. So I'll leave that open to any further comments from councilors or entertain a motion.
I'll just comment on your comment. That maybe it's something as simple as not allowing congregation between these specific hours inside. So it's a takeout from those hours, or just throwing ideas out there to trying to meet in the middle a little bit. But that's
Great idea,
Yeah.
yeah.
Takeout only after midnight. Good idea.
I know I'm gonna get stuck writing this damn thing, but if we don't have a plan to handle 24/7 businesses, I'm just afraid this may open the window for others. And if it does happen in that same area, to Chief's point, it's gonna require a lot of policing and activity focused in one particular area. So again, just thinking about what our process is going to be moving forward, and if for one, we should do for all, but I think a plan would be in order.
Okay. Anything further?
Yeah, just to expound on what Mr. Kennedy was saying, I think, the way it is now, I'm still leaning against. But again, if there's ways to either, one, make it takeout only, two, find a way to make a drive-through. Don't know if that's feasible with their particular building, similar to what McDonald's has. And/or three, in reference to this going forward, if we can do a 30-day or 60-day trial period to see if it works, if we do bring it back again, if we deny it tonight, maybe something along those lines could be another option to see if it works. But right now, I'm still not feeling comfortable with it. So.
I have thank you, Mr. President. The one thing that, and I hate to say this, but I live near the college, so it really doesn't matter whether you sell alcohol at your establishment. The kids bring their alcohol. There's a lot of parties along those areas, so I can understand what the chief was saying. So it's not your business, it's how college kids are. If they get together, they can hang out in parking lots. We saw it, used to see it a lot when Bogies was there. And they would hang out at the CVS parking lot and that. And I think that's why he's cautious about this, because we've seen it. And if you drive down to the college on a Friday or Thursday night, I see it all the time. And they're college kids, so they're going to do it. But that's just another area. Now that they'll start coming up and hanging out in the Walgreens parking lot. So, I mean, that's why I would say no, because the chief sees it as much as I see it, living in that area.
Anything further, councilors? Would anyone like to make a motion in either direction?
Well, we have a motion to continue on the table.
No, he rescinded.
Oh, that's been,
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second?
second.
Okay, any discussion, any further discussion? Debbie, may we take a roll call on this one, please?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
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 How, we forgot Paul. Yes.
No.
No.
3 to 5. Motion fails. Personally, I would just encourage you to perhaps meet with the chief and maybe the building inspector and maybe come forward with a well-thought-out plan, and maybe it's something we can get behind in the future.
Absolutely, sounds good. Thank
All
you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Okay, again, we do have our school district, school committee members here, and to honor their time, respect their time, I would also ask to take discussions out of order. If someone would like to make that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made, and a second. Do you have any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. So we'll now move into our discussion period. We're going to begin with our FY27 budget discussion with the Bridgewater Rainham School Committee, Superintendent Powers, and our Bridgewater Finance Committee is also in attendance as well. So we'll ask those groups to please join us. I don't know if we're going to have enough room at the tables, but we definitely have enough chairs. So please go ahead and join us. And then our next discussion item is going to be on the Middleborough interconnection discussion. And then we'll go back to our regular scheduled agenda, where we'll have citizen open forum next, where I'm sure a lot of folks would like to come up and voice their opinions tonight. That'll be after this.
Of course.
All right, thank you, everybody. I'll ask our Finance Committee if you'd like to call your meeting to order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call order the Bridgewater Finance Committee meeting in conjunction with yours. Do I have enough members tonight? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So I will call us to order at 7:35 p.m.
Great, thank you. And I'll ask our school committee folks, I don't know if you have a quorum of your full committee or if you want to call your budget committee to order. I don't know how you want to approach.
It was posted as a school committee meeting. I do not have a quorum of the school committee meeting, but I am here with Superintendent Powers, myself, Vice Chair Loesch, and Ms. Hoy Thomas, so we could answer questions, but we cannot deliberate or vote on anything since we do not have a quorum tonight.
Great. Is you're willing to participate in the discussion, though, and not obviously vote as a body? Okay,
Yes.
great.
Thank you.
Excellent. So I'll open the floor to our school committee members if you'd like to begin with anything. I know that we're here to discuss your budget and obviously the town's budget and how we could all work together as partners. We met earlier this evening, and I would like to ask if you'd like to open up with anything. Otherwise, we'll ask our finance committee, who hasn't gotten a chance to chime in yet, if they would like to begin as well. So I'd defer to you all.
Sure, happy to. Thank you, President Loretti. Members here tonight, we do want to thank you for inviting us. It's important that we continue this collaboration, although we were just here earlier. We've been meeting in multiple different settings and forums, both with the town leadership on both sides of the district, as well as hosting several joint meetings now. I do think it's important that that collaboration continues, so we both, all bodies have a true understanding of the needs, but also the challenges that each of us face and how we can collectively come together for the betterment of the community, whether it be for the school system, the various departments across. Obviously, as a superintendent, I have to advocate for our students and staff, and I think you can appreciate that, much like our chiefs and department heads have to advocate for their departments as well. But it's never, we always want to be working together and not against each other. So opportunities like this are welcome from the school system, and I know on behalf of the school committee, I can speak for them as well. We're happy to answer any questions. I also want to echo that I do appreciate your attendance at, the various joint meetings that we've had. Obviously, you've come to our budget presentations as well, both the preliminary budget presentation and the school committee presentation. So again, just your presence is recognized and noted and appreciated. So just another step in the right direction for us collaborating. Ms. King, if you would like to say anything.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you to Budget and Finance for having us tonight, and thank you, Mr. Loretti, for having us here this evening for your full town council and your other committee as well. I know last week we submitted and approved our budget, which was sent to you from school committee, and you're in the process of working on your budget, and Mr. Casanova Davis is going to be presenting that next week. And I know our budget is high compared to what your finances look like this year. I know that's going to cause challenges with your budget and all of your town departments. Like, we recognize that when we created our budget. But as a committee of 8, we had a really hard time with this budget facing any cuts this year again. We've had cuts for 2 years in a row. And this was as low as we felt that we could go and still have a reasonable budget and be cognizant of that. But I also know that that's still not within your realm of affording this year because of all of your town departments that are also going to be in need. I know overall it was an 11.2% increase for assessment, and debt was slightly lower because some have come off the book, so an overall assessment of 9.87. And that was to restore 10 classroom teacher positions. I know this whole year we've been talking about how class sizes are really high, and unless you've been in the classroom, it's just a vague theoretical classroom size is high. But I know some of you have come through a walkthrough, some of you have kids in the district. Upwards of 30 in classrooms where teachers are trying to get curriculum in. It has been extremely challenging over the past couple of years for our teachers and our families and our students. So they're working to try and get that education in for us, but again, it's been very challenging with high classroom sizes, all of that put on our staff as well. So we looked at the 10 positions as those were critical positions in classroom spaces that had the highest needs in lower elementary, middle, and then at the high school, which is also facing issues with accreditation. So trying to restore some electives and positions there and address some needs everywhere, which really wasn't addressing everything, but the most critical positions that we have. So that was our thought process in this, but we also understand that it was a high budget compared to what you're looking at, trying to work with all of your departments, and that you're already looking at a deficit potentially. So that's why we're here, to try and work through that, and we acknowledge that, and I understand you're going to have difficult conversations, but we want to help work through that as well. I don't know if Ms. Hoy Thomas, Mr. Loesch has comments right now.
No, but just try to reiterate what Ms. King said. This was really what we put forth was reasonable. There was a lot of discussion among the committee that 10 wasn't enough. There was a lot of back and forth, not only in our meeting, but also between members in individual conversations at times of people really going in different directions. And honestly, it took a lot of convincing to get to just 10. This is a reasonable number that keeps class size consistent in K-8 and finally maybe provides some relief at the high school. As we had some members come up earlier, we have seen class sizes as high as 42, which, you know, we say they're high schoolers, right? They should be able to sit there and learn. But their learning needs don't change as kids get older. They stay the same. The level of need remains the same. And to expect one adult to oversee that many children in a classroom is not realistic. It takes them over 10 minutes just to take attendance. It basically is an insurmountable challenge to track every single child during that class. It's not actually feasible. So safety at a minimum, I think, is what is even being considered here. And with that, thank you again for the invite tonight.
Yes, I thank you for hearing what we have to say on this. This wasn't an easy decision to get it to pass through our committee alone. If you aren't angered by what's happening at the schools, then you're lacking the information. And it's our job to put it in front of your face. You're our thought partners in getting more funding. And this is not unique to our district. This is statewide. So we truly are here to collaborate, and we absolutely need to pass this budget at a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll ask our Finance Committee if you'd like to begin, and our council, of course, we can chime in after, but I'll afford you the first word.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent Powers and members of your committee for coming in tonight. I know that the process has been very difficult. I know it's been, there's been considerable amount of deliberative process. I've been to several of the meetings. I know exactly how serious the situation is. I know the level of concern with the funding going into FY27, but I also know how much it's going to affect the town as well. I know there has to be at least some way that we are going to be able to work together on this to try to find a solution that's amenable to all. It might not be the best of all outcomes, but it is something that I know that I only speak as one member of the Finance Committee, but knowing our general concerns, we want to make sure we can do what's best for the residents of town. But we do appreciate that you folks have done the deliberative process. We're looking forward eagerly to seeing the town manager's budget coming up in the next week, so we'll be able to dig in and delve into the numbers and figure out where there might be some daylight between that we can try to close that gap. So I will open up to other members of the committee to make any comments. Mr. President, it's okay if they ask questions as well?
Oh, absolutely, please.
Excellent. So I'll open it up to colleagues to ask questions or make any comments.
Put your mic on, Mr. Higgins.
What is the process for this? Because this sounds like it's a brand-new thing for your side. I know looking through the Finance Committee here, we're all new faces at this except for probably MJ. So what is the process? So we're going to get a budget next week, and then we'll be able to tell whether we can afford their ask, or will they come back and will we have a back and forth, or what's going to happen now?
So I'll ask Ms. King, so you've approved your budget as of now, yes? Just wanted to reiterate that for everybody.
Yes, the budget that we sent was approved by the school committee. We did need a 2/3 vote, so we did have enough votes. We had 7-1 to approve that. From there, it was sent to both towns to approve. So I believe that needs to be approved by the end of May. If it is not approved at your town council meeting, and in Rainham, they have a different form of government, they'll do town meeting. If it's not approved, what we have approved and sent to you, if it's any figure that's different from that and it gets sent back to us, we have, within 30 days, we need to reconsider or amend our budget at that time. If it is not matching with the budget that you have sent to us, that from there would go to a joint town meeting. So we do have a couple of meetings to try and get on the same page, but if not, if we still continue to reject each other's budget offers, it does trigger a joint town meeting between the two towns and the school committee.
Yeah, so now that the budget is before us, we are waiting for our town manager to propose his budget, and then that is ultimately referred to your committee. It's referred to our Budget and Finance Committee. We will hopefully, my intention is to deliberate collectively as a joint group, if you all are interested in doing that. And then your recommendations will be sent over to the council, along with the Budget and Finance recommendations to the full council, and the full council will approve its final budget. If we do fully fund the schools, then that would satisfy their request. If we as Ms. King, if we approve a lower number, then there are some other steps that would occur after that. So our town budget needs to be approved 45 days after it is introduced by our town manager, which is going to be a week from today. So we're looking at somewhere at the end of May, which kind of aligns with what the school district. Hello? Did I lose my mic? You guys hear me? Oh, all right, now we're back. So that kind of aligns with their timeline as well. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. So I think it's premature for me to start asking questions and assuming that we got major cuts to make, other than you guys have told us that we do, but we haven't seen anything actually in writing or anything to go base it upon as of this moment, right? From the
So
town
I
side.
think the question would be to our town manager, do you know what the delta is between what your preliminary budget has for the schools and what the current approved budget is, what the current gap is that we need to close in order to fund them?
I think just go operating off of the preliminary budget forecast. I believe the preliminary budget forecast had a $950,000 number in that preliminary figure. And the schools, Ryan, you gotta help me a little bit. I think it's close to 3.
3.9.
Yeah.
So $3 million gap.
Yep.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Mr. Higgins?
That does answer my question at a very top level, absolutely, yeah. But I'm not sure I understand how we got to the 3 million level, because the ask is about 11 million more than last year, or over last year, and there's a split between the towns, or maybe.
Yeah, can you speak to the assessment that is sent over to Bridgewater for their portion of the budget?
Sure. So the assessment is really driven by enrollment. And so obviously the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, when they're establishing our foundation budget, they go based off of our October 1 enrollment. And so they create essentially a ratio, a percentage of our enrollment, how many students are from Bridgewater, how many students are from Rainham, and that's how we then determine the assessments for each community. So it's really driven by the enrollment. And roughly, obviously, it changes every year. Typically, for discussion purposes, it's usually about a 60-40 split, but obviously, it does fluctuate.
I thought the overall gap was much higher than that from, what was in the preliminary budget and then what you guys approved coming through, or what was approved, but I don't have my figures here in front of me, so. Thank you, though.
Okay.
So I would just want to say what Mr. Powers presented in January as his preliminary budget, this budget has not changed. Generally, year to year, since I've been on committee, what he presents in January, or actually this year it was like a week later, February 4th, it is a very high percentage. It is to be absolutely successful with all of our students across the district. This is what he would need for a perfect budget. We obviously knew that going into this budget, we were going to have significant challenges, especially last year. He did not do that. He presented a reasonable budget with an overall 8% increase over the budget, or 5% maybe total overall. We've stuck with that when we went to budget subcommittee. We stuck with that when I did present it at public hearing in March, and when we approved our budget at the end of March. It has not changed since that, because we felt that we could not reduce any more than the 10 positions he was trying to get into the budget to restore. These aren't really new positions, they're just restoring the ones that we have lost. We could not, as a committee, go any lower than that, and we didn't want to go any higher, although there was much discussion, as Ms. Hoy-Thomas said, and multiple other members, to add more positions, because that's what we need, and our job is to advocate for the students, but We also have to also see, we don't fund ourselves, we're funded by the towns. So we also have to see, we're not in a bubble, and we see that both towns are having challenges. So that's why it has stayed the same since we presented that original budget to this date.
And if I may, Mr. Loretti, back
Yes,
to
please.
Mr. Higgins, just to, I know you said an 11 number. I just want to clarify.
It's about 6 million, yeah.
It'd be about an 11%. Our assessment to Bridgewater is 11% over last year. The budget from what we presented and school committee approved based on the preliminary forecast by the Mr. Casanova Davis would roughly be about $4.5 million. That not including debt. So this is really just looking at the operating budget as well.
Right, and so the Rainham portion of that would be about a 1.5 million or something like that, and has that been approved, or?
No, so they're obviously will be approving it at their town meeting in May,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
First, I just want to thank you all for the work that went into this. As a parent of a first grader, the class sizes are really tough, and so I appreciate all the effort you put in to put together a thoughtful proposal. How does the Chapter 70 process at the state level weigh into this? Because we've only seen the governor's budget so far, and the House Ways and Means budget comes out next week. And maybe this is a better question for our town manager, but if that Chapter 70 number changes and increases, does that ease the burden on the town? And how does that factor into our?
I mean, it's certainly possible that it could provide some relief depending on the changes, if there are any changes. The school committee would have to, and I certainly don't want to speak for Mrs. King, but the school committee would have to vote to amend the budget as it's approved now to basically reflect that additional revenue coming in. Otherwise, any unexpected revenue would, flow down to our version of free cash, excess and deficiencies. So they could, certainly if it's significant. There's years where it varies by $1,000, and I mean, $1,000 is $1,000, so I'm not saying it's not, but, if it were to be significant, hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think it would be in our best interest to certainly consider that, and I would advocate for that.
Thanks. I worry about the timing that we're operating under, because the budget process at the state level and the 45-day requirement for us to pass it is really tight, and we're not going to have all the information until the middle of May when the Senate budget comes out. And so that's just something for us all to consider as we're thinking about this.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, that is a challenge every year. When her budget finally comes out, when it comes back to her, sometimes it is a little bit more. We only received like a 1% or slightly over that this year. I don't expect that it's going to be a significant overage. So anything extra, if this budget process has continued and we do have a resolution, that would just go towards anything else we would put it towards classroom teachers or use it where we could staffing-wise. But I don't foresee that it would be resolved or we would get anything significant from her, from the result of that.
Did any other members have any questions? Oh. Yep, Rig?
I just want to echo my gratitude as well for your hard work. I'm excited for this conversation that we're going to be having pretty soon. But I guess as I wrap my head around this finance thing, right, this shortfall in the budget crisis that we're experiencing in town, I empathize with the class sizes. Like you, I don't have a first grader, but I do have a sophomore. And truth be told, I cannot wait until he graduates, so that way, this challenge doesn't directly affect me, but it does affect me because I do care about these kids, like all of you guys do. I guess my thought and my thought is, and maybe it's a indirect question as well, are we thinking about other ways of educating our kids and reimagining what education might look like, and or maybe finding private funding? It sounds like there's a lot of conversations around public funding, the governor, and I'm just curious to know, are these conversations that are happening? And I'm not expecting to have it today, because I know we're going to take a deep dive into it. But it feels like we're just kicking the can down, down Main Street, because we're always going to have a gap, year over year. But I just wanted to express that for us to start thinking about ways to kind of fill in those gaps. At the end of the day, it's a finance issue, at least from my lens. How much money are we bringing into this town versus what we're spending, et cetera. So just some food for thought, things to think about.
Happy to provide some answers to that. And that's something that we have been working with our higher education partners to look at how we can possibly reimagine, to use your term, the high school experience. As you know, firsthand, the high school took significant hit last year, being down 20+ staff members, and certainly the loss of electives. Whole departments let go, and so we're not really providing the education that we once did to our high schoolers, and we're really providing a disservice. Obviously, ultimately, we want to be able to educate our students, our own students, with our own faculty and staff, but we also, to your point, have to look at other ways that we can still provide them those opportunities. And so we have been working with Bridgewater State, Massasoit, Bristol Community College. They all offer dual enrollment programs, so we've been in constant communication with them to see what other opportunities our students could have. And I'll use the business department as an example. Our entire business department is essentially gone, and that was one of the departments that was really sought after by our students. And so looking at these higher ed institutions, ultimately our goal would be to be able to bring back our own business department, but in the short term, we don't want to deprive our students of taking those opportunities, especially financial literacy type courses, and then also what other opportunities can we offer them outside of just say the business department. So it's a great point and something that we definitely have started to think about. So thank you for suggesting that.
Can I make a quick comment on that,
Sure.
too? You didn't mention the grant writing, but we did hear a lot about grants through the process, too, and that's one thing that you've done effectively. So I don't know if you could speak to that as part of that, maybe question about alternative funding.
Sure, that's a great thing to highlight, Mr. Murphy. Yes, obviously we have state and federal grants that we are allotted each and every year, and those grants vary from year to year depending on what funding comes in from the state and federal government. The main grants, we have 2 main special education grants that we receive every year, and we also have then 4 other grants commonly referred to as the Title grants, so Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. The state and federal government then, on top of that, does put out, from time to time, different grant opportunities across the Commonwealth. And so we have taken advantage of those to provide curriculum resources, professional development. So we really are trying to take every opportunity we can to bring additional dollars in. As you know, we try not to rely on grant funding for long-term solutions because we know those grants may dry up and not always be there. The ones that are pretty consistent, our special education grants, our title grants, yes, those numbers fluctuate, but we have a good number that's consistent each and every year. It's these other grants that, the one-year grants, we always try to not hire staff with those, or if we do, we know it's a very short-term assignment because, again, that money could be gone next year. The grant may just run out, it may expire. But yes, we certainly are looking at every dollar possible that's out there and that we can bring in.
Respectfully, the use of the revolving grants I think is great, but we need to recognize that in the report that CLA provided that 18 teaching positions were hired using ESSER grants, and now we had to cut those positions, and I think that's something that we do need to recognize, and we did see that bump in 18 teaching positions in 2022 and 2023, and now those positions had to be eliminated. So while we should strive to have that number, I think we do need to recognize that.
And that's, Mr. Loretti, if I may, that's a great point, and that's why we were very clear with any staff that we did hire under those ESSER grants that it was only while that funding was available. So the majority of those positions hired were interventionist positions because we knew those, not all positions that we were going to be able to hire were going to be sustainable. The federal government was very clear that there is, an expiration date to these grants. Thankfully, those grants were multiple years, and so we were able to hire those staff. staff members for multiple years, but we were very clear with all of them that this is a short-term assignment. We had an end date, so we knew that we would be able to employ them for potentially 2 to 3 years, depending on when they started. But those positions were eliminated because the funding wasn't there. It was never intended to be a long-term solution.
Understood. Thank you.
I do. I guess my thought process, and thank you for articulating and asking the question about the grants. And when I think of grants, both state and federal, those are typically dollars that eventually will dry out. I guess I would, in my mindset, I'm thinking of like corporate partners. I mean, Massachusetts is a hub for corporate partners. I mean, this is where companies, in my opinion, want to be. We have Fidelity Investments, we have State Street. I mean, we have some of the largest institutions, nationally, and these are big dollars. Is this something that we've ever thought about? And if not, then perhaps, as a small town, with our budget crisis and the challenges that we're experiencing, are there ways to partner with them? And again, the point of my mention is not to have the discussion here, but certainly I think we need to really turn every stone, not just public stones, but corporate stones as well, to try to fill this pretty sizable gap.
If I may, respectfully, just to counter that, this is the public school system in our town. The public should be funding it. And if the state is not going to step in and give us the funding that we need and deserve at 1% increase, that burden unfortunately falls on the towns, on the taxpayers. And you get the level of service for the amount of taxes you want to pay. And if the townspeople are not paying taxes to afford a better education for their students, better water, better highways, better fire and police, because I know those departments are strapped as well and are forced overtime to cover shifts, that's the level of services you're going to get in your town, because this is public, and that's where our funding comes from right now. And I know everyone hopefully read that report. We are using every penny that we have as efficiently as possible to do every job that we can, and it's just not enough, and I understand that. You have to fund all of your departments. But we also, our job is to educate our students, and we are not able to at the level that we are being funded right now.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with you with respect to our young ones. I come from an era where they are the future. I don't know how folks feel about them today, but certainly, that's always my mindset. But again, I think we really need to take a deep dive and just, not exhaust the town folks, the taxpayers. And I live in town, and, I think there are other ways to bring some level of relief, and perhaps we're just not exploring what those other ways are. That's just my opinion, but certainly I hear you and I agree with you. And, yeah, I mean, class sizes of 40 plus, that's not okay. But it's also not okay that, in my opinion, taxpayers are just being squeezed. There's only so much you can squeeze out of a pope, before it's no longer a pope. So that's all I'm saying. It's a finance issue. It's a budget issue. Where's the money coming from? And conversations need to be had, like real deep conversations. I guess I would encourage the audience. If you have a business background, if you have institutions. I know companies, in my opinion, and I've seen it, they have no problem spending money. They have no problem partnering with, whether you're a public institution or not. Are we making the ask? If we're not making the ask, we don't know. Until we get the ask, you know, and they give us a response. We just don't know. We're just operating solely as a public, as a town, and I get it. I totally get it. But man, we just have to find other ways, so that way we're meeting the needs of these kids, and on the flip side, we're not squeezing the taxpayers. There's only so much taxpayers can handle, with all due respect. But I agree with you. So thank you, and I look forward to having a deep dive conversation with the finance team, and certainly partnering with you guys to figure out ways, for us to really look at, what can we do and how can we do it better. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Knoll. I did want to make a point too. To Riggs's point, I think the impetus would be a good idea. A quasi-public partnership is one of the things that could make a lot of our issues be alleviated a bit. If we can get some of that corporate synergized sponsorship, as it were, we might be able to solve the problem. The public was abundantly clear last year that they didn't want their taxes to be raised. We acknowledge it, we recognize it. It's something that we need to start thinking outside the box on. It's something that, we as elected and appointed officials all need to be able to sit down and be on the same page on. And an idea like what Mr. Knoll just put out is something that should be explored if it can be explored, and where we can best utilize it and how we can best effectively promote it or encourage it. The private sector can be a good force for change for municipal governments. It's right there. They're willing to step up and help us out. So if we can't get funding from the public, we can at least work in some way to bring something in from the outside, because they've already made it abundantly clear they don't want us to raise the taxes. And barring any other significant effort to make overtures on an override, I think looking outside the box and thinking differently is probably one of our best resources and best ways we can proceed forward to it. And to Riggs' point, I also look forward to seeing how we can actually do that. Like, we can do this together as one whole group. And I think, Mr. President, I think you and I probably agree on that one, is that we want to be able to think of new ways of trying to figure out how to fix some of our problems, especially trying to fund the schools, fund water infrastructure, and try to address the overall shortfalls we are currently facing.
So
Any other
just
questions?
to
Please.
respond to that, do we know how many districts are currently in the same situation we're in? Because we're undoubtedly not the only ones, and there's probably several hundred by far who are thinking of all these same things. Corporate partnerships, unfortunately, are not long-term sustainable, which actually needs to be a sustainable plan for this to move forward and to be effective. I hear what you're saying about the taxpayers, but currently it is becoming blatantly obvious, and as I noted earlier, that we do not have enough money to fund this town. We are asking the people who are here to protect us, preserve safety, to educate and care for our children on a daily basis, as well as to upkeep and plan and build our town, to all take pay cuts and to reduce services throughout everywhere. So if anybody thinks that currently what their taxes are enough to run this town, unfortunately, it is not realistic. And corporate partnerships are not going to cover a $3 million gap. It's not going to be sustainable, unfortunately, because we also know corporate America ebbs and flows, and it's going to be based off their profits. So those things are not going to, unfortunate. I appreciate the outside-the-box thinking. I am one of the biggest proponents of it, and if we could do more of it in the schools, unfortunately, we have a lot of regulations that we're going to have to follow on a daily basis in order to meet things like time on learning, credit requirements for students, hours in the classroom, contracts, right? But these things have to be a sustainable solution. And unfortunately, when we put things out like grants, partnerships, all these other pieces, none of them are stable and sustainable over a long-term basis. And it's impacting all of this town. It has become blatantly obvious at this point.
Councilor Ellenberg has a comment, but I do want to make a comment myself, is that we do need to recognize that most residents believe they're paying enough in taxes and they can't afford what they're already paying. And in order for them to ask them to dig deeper into their pockets, we need to justify every dollar. And I think that we're not doing that well enough as a collective group. And I think that was clear last year. I think we need to recognize that. And I'll ask Councilor Ellenberg to chime in. You had your hand up.
Thank you. In terms of thinking outside the box, I think that is totally correct way to look at things. We need to make a ask to BSU to send their teaching interns over to our classes for credit and work it out between Bridgewater, Rainham, and BSU, and that would put an extra adult in the classrooms. When there's 40 people in there, there would be an extra adult in there. This can be sustained on the long run because we need to do a partnership with BSU about the interns. So I would hope that that would be an approach that our school committee would advocate for with BSU, the partnership, and that can solve the personnel problem somewhat.
Happy to address that. So I think I've spoken before, and I know President Clark has been here. The district, the school district, and the university have a great partnership. We already, reap the benefits of that partnership. The education department, does prioritize us in terms of sending their students over to us for their pre-practicum experiences, also their student teaching experiences. So we are utilizing that partnership as much as we can. Obviously, students have a choice when they decide where they want to do their student teaching. And some students, obviously, because they're BR grads, they are eager to come back. And then there's others that may have a draw to East Bridgewater, may have a draw to Easton. So I appreciate what you're saying, that every available student, it would be great if they could come. We just know that's not the reality. And then, in terms of, it's always, yes, it's a benefit to have another adult in the classroom, but we want to make sure that, those adults that are there do have some level of training and experience, because then it becomes, now the teacher is trying to, address both groups, work with the other adult, but also the children at the same time, and sometimes those can be counter. So we want to make sure that anybody that's coming in to do any type of pre-student teaching experience or their student teaching experience is ready to do so, and then they can be a resource for the students and for the teacher, but it's really a pre-teaching experience, and they still have a ways to go and a lot to learn. But we welcome any student that wants to come into the district because we do see the benefit, and we've had professors offer to have their classes held on our campuses. I can speak, the Williams Intermediate School every year has a professor. He holds his class over there in the cafeteria, meets with all his students, goes over assignments for the week, and then they go out to the classrooms. We've replicated that on the Rainham side. So we are, I just want to assure you, we are taking advantage of every opportunity that we can with Bridgewater State.
How many students are currently doing internships with your system?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I will definitely get it and follow back up with you.
Did someone over there have a comment? And then let's make this last comment on out-of-the-box thinking, and then let's go into some of the numbers.
No, I just, one question on the
Yeah,
numbers
absolutely.
to help us in our discussion. So there's some confusion on effective full-time employees. Could you get us that information for the 2027, both total and teachers, and then also for where we stand today? I think that would be helpful as we go through and attach people to numbers.
That's where I'd like to go as well, so.
Thank you very much.
Do we have those numbers, Ed, that we talked earlier in our meeting?
No, not from our earlier.
Yeah, it was only an hour ago,
No,
so. Yeah, and I think what Mr. Higgins is getting at, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but a year ago, in June, we were looking at a $6 million shortfall after the failed override. I think I have that correct. And it was mentioned, I know that we went on it back and forth in the email, but I do want to figure this out, because we do want to advocate for our students. We do want to advocate to have our taxpayers be enthusiastic about funding our schools. And it was said that there's a $1.6 million shortfall, which would result in 21 teaching positions eliminated, which is about $78,000 per teacher. And it was asked for the towns to appropriate an additional $2.4 million, which was supposed to look to prevent the cutting of those 21 positions. And it was confirmed earlier that we lost 30 positions. So, not to speak for the council, but I'm trying to figure out where that appropriation went to if it wasn't to restoring those 21 positions.
Sure. So as I explained, I know you mentioned we went back and forth in email. So Those presentations back on June 25th and June 26th laid out several different options for school committee to consider. All of those options, with the exception of level services in the initial preliminary ask, were going to result in layoffs. And what we were trying to do, and what I presented that evening, both on the 25th and the 26th, was to show those impacts and where they would be in the number of layoffs. I think, Mr. Loretti, what you're speaking to is that option that, in the recording that you sent me, was referring to we were potentially looking at 40-plus layoffs. What we were able to do, obviously, is by the additional funding, essentially cut that in half. So we were still going to lose positions, and that was always clear. That additional funding was not to fully fund those potential positions we were going to lose, but at least allowed us to preserve a certain number of positions. Now, that was also, we had retirees that we factored in that we did not fill. So there were, we were looking at it really from a two-pronged approach. What positions were open that we weren't going to fill? So again, a loss of a position, and then obviously what positions did we actually have to lay off that we had a person in those positions that we unfortunately did not bring back.
I just think it'd be helpful for us when we look at your 2027 numbers and try to put, head count and everything else. And I come from the private world, and everybody wants to know how many total employees do you have, direct services, indirect, and it helps just to see the progression here. So,
and that's a great point. And I think, the other discrepancy, unfortunately, I don't want to say the state creates this, but the state reports a certain staffing number. And I explained, this earlier to the group. The number that's reported on the DESE website is really reflects our content area teachers. So, our grade level teachers, when you think of the high school ELA teachers or middle school teachers, social studies, science, it doesn't take into consideration all of our certified staff. And so, for example, in the FY27 budget document, the numbers are different, because what happens is that number in our budget document represents the full amount of employees that we are including in that. And so it would be all of our certified staff. So, for example, our school nurses have to be certified, not just by nursing, but by the state. Our school psychologists, our special education teachers. So when you see a higher number in the FY27 budget than, say, what's reported on the DESE website, it's because it reflects all of those additional areas of certification. But I can certainly understand when someone looks at that and says, why are there two different numbers? It may create some confusion.
I found the DESE website to be very confusing in a lot of different areas. So I'd just love to
I wouldn't disagree with you on that.
Yeah, the assumptions that you guys have made, so that we can go and use those in our discussions as well. That would be very much helpful as we go forward. Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, and to that point, I think we just need to be consistent in that messaging, because it is confusing. We said that 21 teaching positions would be eliminated. I suppose that we preserved some of those positions, but we lost 30. So how can we account for these other 9 positions, which, at this year's numbers, $80,000 a pop, like we're almost at $1 million. So what accounts for that discrepancy?
Again, I'd have to look at your numbers that you're talking about,
Yeah,
Mr.
sure.
Loretti. And, I just don't want to speak to numbers I don't have in front of me.
Yeah.
But happy to have a follow-up conversation when we, come back together and review those numbers.
Yeah, I think just understanding the baseline is extremely important. I don't know if you know how we could have the conversation of if we're going to be looking to cut positions in town, if we don't know what we're getting and what we started with. We're asking for 10 more teaching positions, up from how many? Yeah, I'm relying on the DESE numbers, which are the numbers in your budget presentation. And like I mentioned earlier, the average over the last 20 years is 325. We were at 332 last year, and now we're down to 302. So are we working with 302 up to 312? I need to understand that, because I know how many firemen we have, firefighters, and I know how many police that we have. So I need to be able to understand it so that I could advocate for that. Any questions from the counselors?
So I have a question. It's kind of a comment, and we don't know exactly what we're looking at next year on the town side quite yet, but we're hearing a lot from constituents, from employees, from different people. It looks like we're talking about reduction of hours, 40 hours to 35, 35 hours to 30. closures of buildings. We already have the library closed on Saturday. Our town manager did something I thought that was unique, and I respect him very much for this. He decided not to take his COLA. So my question is to the chair of the school committee and the budget subcommittee, what is the, I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure. What is the teacher increase on the COLAs for the current contract?
27? So they're currently in a 3-year contract.
And what's-
Year 1 was a 2% cost of living increase. Year 2 was a split, so it averaged of 2.5 and 2.5 in the 3rd year.
Okay. So that's a 3-year contract.
Yeah. This was after, I just want to point out, as you heard Mrs. King say, the year before getting a, 0 cost of living increase. for the majority of staff.
So my question, and it's nothing personal, but I just have to ask, and it was brought up earlier in the other meeting, how does the leader of the district get a 7.5% increase? And I just think that leadership starts at the top, and nothing personal. I think we have a great superintendent. My other question is, we had a vacant assistant superintendent position because the assistant superintendent left, and teaching positions were left unfilled. So why would we not leave that position vacant and add a couple of teachers to the thing? So that's my question.
So as to the assistant super, because we did cuts across the district, those included admin. Mr. Powers runs the district on a very small admin portion of people. If he did not have an assistant, he would not have someone to do all of the curriculum work that we have. We used to have curriculum directors for ELA and science, and those are gone now. We have one of Mrs. Richards is now acting as principal over at one of the elementary schools in Rainham. So he would be the only person at the superintendent's office in charge of all 7 schools, all curriculum, all budget, et cetera, with his business director. Leaving that open, obviously that was a decision that he made on his own as a personnel, but school committee does need to appoint that person. But he needs someone within the central office. He has how many employees that you oversee?
Approximately 600 between teaching staff and
7
custodial.
schools,
and-
5,000 students. It's a very large district. We're the 2nd largest regional district, so to do that without an assistant is unreasonable, I don't think. And when negotiations went through his contract, yes, he did receive a raise, but he also brought comps to us and to negotiations. He was well underpaid for his position, for our DART districts, for school superintendents in general. If Superintendent Powers left our district because he felt that he was not being compensated correctly, we would then have to do a search and find someone, which would be way over and above what we were paying him as well. And I believe even at the end of his 3-year contract, he would still be making less than Mr. Casanova Davis. And he oversees way more employees. So that was our reasoning for that.
Okay, I just wanted to know because I've had constituents that
No,
have
and I
asked
know
me the
that has been a
question.
conversation, and there was a lot of conversation, and we did take everything into account. And that we did not want to lose Mr. Powers, especially, we need stability in the district right now. That was also a huge part of that conversation.
But like Councilor McGrath pointed out before, I have to ask the questions that
And
people ask me.
I know, and that's why we're all here to have
Thank you for
discussions.
the answer, and I've gone to all the meetings, I've gone and toured the schools. I sat on a school committee, but now I'm sitting on a council, and I have to look at the entire budget for the whole system. One last question, is there a full-time communications professional in the district?
So we have we have 2 full-time employees in the superintendent's office, administrative assistants, one being executive assistant. The second one is a support for the superintendent's office. Part of her responsibility is communications, but is not her sole responsibility.
Thank you.
To further add to that, I know Mrs. Smeltz, who is he's speaking of, it works in his office. That has been a topic that people have asked, why do you need that position? She started off as communications during that point in time that we did need to put press releases out. We had a lot of things going on in that department. It has really evolved into helping Mrs. McDougall, helping in the special education department. There's not many people, human resources. There's not a lot of people within central office right now, so she is doing all of those jobs as well, wherever needed.
And thank you, and none of it has to do with personalities, I want to make that clear. I think that we got a really tough budget ahead, and it just, we got a revenue issue. We're limited by 2.5, we all know this, and we heard from, as members of the Finance Committee pointed out, the taxpayers don't want to pay more. I really couldn't afford to pay more, but I voted for the override because I had a grandson. I had a grandson in the district. He's no longer in the district. Breaks my heart because he was doing well. 3.8 electives, nothing there. We saw the study halls when we went there with kids and the robotics lab that is now a study hall. So it's a big mess, and we have to figure it out. Thank you.
Other councilors, questions, comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about the grants that was in the audit. I'm a little confused about it. In Massachusetts, when the individual with disability education funds, the IDEA or other federal funds are used to pay teachers' salaries, the Massachusetts Teachers Requirement System requires a pension charge equal to 9% of that federal funded for the teachers' compensation. Do you know the amount of the funds that go to the teachers yearly? I know the chart, there's a chart, it has percentage, but I was wondering, because it's it's a chunk.
So obviously, a lot of salaries are charged to that grant, so that would explain why that large number. I don't have the salary number with me, but can certainly follow up and get that to you.
Okay, the other one is about the grants. When teachers' salaries are supported by the IDEA funds, the higher spent level can become the new baseline, making it difficult to reduce local spending in future years without a qualifying exception. So using IDEA for ongoing salaries may not free up local dollars and can increase the risk of non-compliance if staff patterns or funding levels changes. Do you know if our schools have been non-compliant, or how many years?
So that's in reference to the amount of money that we're required to spend, and if you don't spend that required dollars on those required items, you can be found out of noncompliance. There's not something in recent years, to my knowledge, that we've been found out of noncompliance for that.
So you mostly use recurring grants for that?
So we have a number of positions that we do charge to those grants. As I explained, you know, those 2 federal grants plus our title grants are fairly consistent year over year. So we know that, you know, for example, if a grant's going to be $300,000 for the most part, with a little fluctuation, then we have the ability to go ahead and charge, you know, $300,000 worth of salaries. We certainly don't over budget because we know those grants could be reduced, but we try to obviously, you know, plan for what we have historically spent in those grants, and that's what we try to maintain going forward.
So you have to spend money from those grants to pay for the fringe benefits of the teachers that you...
You have the ability to charge those benefits to those grants, yes.
So all the fringe benefits have to do that too?
You have the ability, yes, to charge, you know,
from the grants?
the health insurance and so forth, yes.
So it takes a chunk of the grants, unfortunately. The other question I have is it true, and this is what residents asked me, so I have no idea, the school committee voted to not allow students outside the district to attend the high school?
I'm happy to answer that, but certainly if you'd like to elaborate. Yes, for this year, the school committee did vote not to participate in the school choice program for students coming into the district. Obviously, students leaving the district, that's up to those districts that they decided to enroll in. Any student that is currently here at Bridgewater Rainham under school choice will be able to remain. Once they're our student, they're our student. But school committee did vote. We've only been accepting students in 9th grade the last few years, and so they did vote this year not to accept any more 9th graders.
So, I mean, this year, wasn't it?
I also just want to point out, there's only maybe 24 students in that program. It's not a lot of students, but we felt, especially this year where it's such a discussion of classroom size, we did not want to add any more students that we did not want to have to, and just keep to our own town.
So it
But we have to
outweighed-
vote that every year.
It outweighed the projected 2026 of making $158,519 from the audit says?
So that would be the total. Historically, we've only taken in a handful, 5 to 6 students in the freshman class. So when you look at the total, so we'll still get those dollars for the students that are currently here under school choice. But when we looked at historically over the last few years, what we've taken in that freshman class, obviously it wasn't going to be beneficial for us given the challenges that we had with class size.
So the money is for the ones that are in the 10th, 11th, 12th grade, because you're not getting any more in the 9th grade now?
Correct. We'll still get funds for those students, just not for any new students coming into the district.
So it outweighed the teachers, huh? Because in 2019, you made $109,000, $468,000. All right, thank you.
Not just for the new students, total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, both groups, for meeting tonight. Hopefully we have more of these meetings, because I do think it's productive. A lot of the counselors do get questions, so I know some of these feel like they're repetitive from the council to the school committee, but I appreciate your patience in just answering them, because we do get a lot of these, and we're not school committee members, so. I could echo some comments from some other counselors, but I just wanted to say that just to the public, you've had multiple council members, multiple school committee members go to the state, whether it was going to Lakeville to speak on Chapter 70 funding. We've had multiple teachers do a great job of going to the State House to ask for this funding. The state is not funding the schools, and they should be. So, Mr. Powers, with our transportation budget, we're required to have transportation, right? Because we're a district?
That is correct, yes. So we are required to transport any student living over 2 miles as a regional school district. We do transport students living a mile, 1.5 miles and over, because that's when the state will begin to reimburse the districts for transportation.
Okay, is there are they supposed to, is it supposed to be 100% reimbursement?
Mr. Kennedy, yes, that is kind of, the conundrum that most regional school districts find themselves in, is that one of the benefits, or one of the proposed benefits of regionalizing, is that the state was going to provide regional school districts with 100% transportation reimbursement, and unfortunately that just hasn't happened. And so, those are real dollars that we're missing out on from the state.
Okay. In my opinion, that sounds like an unfunded mandate.
I would agree.
So we have that. We have circuit breaker funding, which goes to reimburse children with disabilities. I believe that we're actually doing a good job. I think you're doing a great job capturing that money, but that itself is below 70% as well.
Yes, correct. So we are trying to submit for as much reimbursement as possible through the circuit breaker program. Obviously, they have to be qualified expenses over a certain threshold established by the state. And as the report showed, that yes, we are doing a good job of trying to recoup every dollar that we can for the charges that we're receiving.
Okay. I have a daughter in the Mitchell. I believe you had lunch with her last week, actually.
Oh, yes. I didn't realize that was your daughter.
Yep,
but
that
yes.
was her.
Okay, great.
And I also have an older daughter who's a third grader that we actually pulled out of the district to homeschool because we were seeing issues at her grade level, and we wanted to, at least if we could as parents, capture her issues and provide services for her. So one question I have that surrounds 504s and IEPs is in your opinion, due to the classroom sizes, are we almost compounding the problem with our special needs group within the district, where we're not capturing students K through 2, and then when they move 3 through 6, 3 through 5, we are finding ourselves with a ballooned budget item that we are required through state regulations to fund, because those children are, it's a civil right that they're provided 504s and IEPs. So we're increasing our services later on because we're not capturing children early.
I definitely think that is a reality, without a doubt, and I think a reality that we're going to continue to see, because to your point, obviously higher class size at the lower levels, because the students aren't able to receive that small group instruction, individualized instruction, the gap then starts to widen. And sometimes that gap can be closed fairly quickly if we have the right amount of staff to prevent students going on IEPs or 504s. But unfortunately, as they get up into second, third grade, if they haven't had those opportunities, that gap is now that much bigger and oftentimes requires specialized instruction. So yes, students would be entitled to IEPs or 504s if they're eligible. But that is definitely a reality that I think we're going to start to see more and more of, especially in those intermediate level grades, 4, 5, and 6, because we're, as hard as the teachers are working, getting to 27, 28, 29 students at those lower grade levels can be a challenge.
Okay. The out-of-district placements, a lot of those have to do with services that our system is unable to provide. Sometimes those are very specific services to some students who just aren't going to fit in a public school system. But some of those students go out of district because we just don't have the services that other school districts have. Is there any percentage number or anything that, if we added specific services to at least K through 5, that we could bring students back into the district if we were able to provide specialized services and save money on the buses, the private school, and everything that basically is associated with that?
So I don't have a percentage for you. What I can tell you is, to your point, you're 100% correct that we don't necessarily, we offer a variety of programming in the district, but what may happen is we have, one classroom that services a particular group of students and their needs. Once that classroom gets full, if we don't have any other available space in the district, then we do have to start looking at out-of-district placement. So it would be, if we were able to build more capacity within, we would be able to return some of these students that are in out-of-district placements. And to your point, transportation can be anywhere from, depending on how far they're going, $50,000 to $100,000, and tuition's $100,000 plus. So, even bringing back 1 or 2 students does start to allow us to build some capacity to be able to then bring more back. But yes, that is definitely something that we're exploring. Our Director of Student Services is looking at, what type of programming can we bring in. We obviously don't want to sacrifice the students' needs, so if they need something that we can't provide, then obviously we want to be able to provide that opportunity for them outside of the district. But if there is a program that we can build or expand, we certainly want to be able to do that as well.
So I'm kind of close this out, but I appreciate my other counselors for asking tough questions. These are questions that we are getting from the public, and the more that we discuss this, I think, in a public setting with everybody is to the benefit of everyone, especially the knowledge for the citizens. At the end of the day, the citizens are going to decide what they want to fund and what they don't want to fund. I know we heard that at the last override. There was a no. I think a lot of that was for a variety of reasons. So my hope is that we can at least have these open discussions in public and try to just sort out exactly where people are at. We have a great audience here tonight to hear a lot of these issues as well. So I don't know what I was going to close this with, but I'll just close it here. Thanks.
Anything further, counselors? Oh, sorry.
I just want to say, Mr. Kennedy, thank you. I think that's an important point. Us being here tonight and answering questions and talking about this is a totally different audience than we get at our school committee. We're within our education bubble of our families and our students. So we don't get, out into the larger community senior center, other people in town that don't have students, that, it doesn't affect them day to day. So I think this is important for us to be here, for people to hear what our budget is, what we're using it for, what are the effects right now, and how that works into your budget as well. So I think that's really important.
I remembered. Thank you. So I guess what I'm hearing a lot from a lot of residents is also, what the long-term plan is. And I know that where we kind of are is a Band-Aid to try to cut classroom sizes right now. But maybe there would be a benefit long-term to figure out, if we were able to activate specific services, we could capture these students to not go out of district. Anything that projects it long-term, where we are budget-wise, we're only allowed to, the revenue's raised by 2.5%. We have a growth problem in town, which is kind of an addition to that, with our water and with zoning and building and things like that, and that's going to be another topic we have. So we're not getting kind of an additional bump every year to keep up with that. So I just wanted to try to, maybe we can have some discussions over long-term plans or other ways with budgeting or with staffing that if we did this, it would achieve this. If we added services, or I know that those are expensive services because my kid uses them. So I would just like to, maybe we can have those discussions as well, future discussions, that plans to save money by spending a little bit of money. Stuff like that I think would be beneficial for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, great comments by all, and again, I thank the school committee for all the work that they've done on the budget. And I'm going to reiterate some comments I made back when I was at a school committee meeting. I grew up in this town. I'm a BR graduate. My kids are BR graduates. It breaks my heart, that we're going through the situation that we're going through with our school system. Our kids deserve better. If I had the ability to write you a check, I'd do it right now. But we are running into, a financial problem. We're running into a state problem, as we were all mentioning, and we all know. The state's not coming through at their end. We're limited to 2.5% to 3% growth each year. So any number that goes above that percentage is going to be difficult to meet. There's no doubt about that. As president last year, I worked with the school committee and other members to get an override on the table, and as mentioned, the override did fail in both towns. I do feel, unfortunately, one of the reasons why it did fail is because of the contract that did come out at the same time, roughly, 2 to 3% COLAs plus the steps, so it, adds up to 4 to 6% increases that I don't think are sustainable. We also had, the situation with, I'm losing my train of thought. We also had the situation that, people were asking questions about how money was spent. So we've gone through and we've done the audits to show that you guys are doing a great job with the resources that you have. I mentioned before that as a school district, you guys are $20 million behind similar school districts of similar size. As a town in Bridgewater, we're $20 to $30 million behind similar sized towns with the budgets that those towns have. So there's just not enough money in the budget. In the end, funding for the school comes from the state and from the town. But unfortunately, if the state's not coming up with their end, it does fall onto the town, as a couple of the members did mention. It definitely falls upon us. And if we do want to have good schools, ultimately, we will have to take a look, again, potentially at an override, and decide if we want to invest in our schools and our children. But I do think on the flip side, it might be something that the school committee might need to look at and bring the teachers union back to the table and see if we can pull back 1.5%. Because I know our town manager's done it with multiple contracts. He already negotiated with many of the other unions here in town. As well as, again, as mentioned by another counselor, he took 1.5% away from his own contract. So I think to buy goodwill with the voters of Bridgewater, to see that type of action happening might at some point in time, if we decide to bring an override vote back to you, then maybe that would buy some goodwill and maybe we can get an override passed. Because in the end, that's the only way we're going to get enough funding to take care of our schools, to take care of our public safety, to take care of our town and our employees as well. Because there's just not enough money in the bucket right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Anything further? Sure.
Kevin, you're gonna get the same response from me as last time. We, year to year, make these people's jobs increasingly harder, and you want to pay them less. How do you make that argument?
Well, again, I do believe statistically, our teachers in this district are some of the highest paid in the area. And again, as we're looking at 11% reduction, that's probably going to be the numbers coming up in our local government and our own staffing, and people are losing their jobs. To see all these other departments take cuts and to see, the school committee giving, raises, and again, everyone deserves raises. Everyone's working hard. I know the teachers are overworked and they got large class sizes. I totally understand that. But and again, when we're looking for potential of the public to support additional tax money to help support the schools, to help support our town, I think it sends the wrong message. And I think if we send a message that we're all pulling back and tightening the belts a little bit here, then that might buy 3 or 4 or 5% voters changing sides, and that might get you the override next time we bring it up.
I think you gotta deliver that message to the 5th and 7th grade teachers who are gonna have over 35 kids in their class next year. That you wanna pay them less, but you're gonna put more kids in their classroom, put more responsibility, more headache. Tell it to those teachers who had to take leaves this year because of the amount of stress that caused to be able to oversee that many kids at this time. Imagine throwing a birthday party for 30 kids every day and expect them to learn in your classroom and be able to focus on content, and then being held accountable by your principal, your superintendent, and parents for these children to make progress. And you want them to come to the table and take less money. I think what you have to look at is there has to be some commitment by both towns that if you expect these people to take less money, you have to provide them better working conditions, which they don't have currently.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that, not to give them anything. Again, if, you've got 2 and 2.5% over the next 3 years, you pull back 1.5%, that puts you in line with other contracts. They're taking ones right now. It's not, taking that much money off the table. But it also just sends, a message to the voters that we're all tightening our bootstraps. And if you can come along with us and potentially support an override, then again, that'll put more teachers in the classroom and take the stress off your teachers and cut down the class sizes.
I know Mrs. Mallard also pointed out earlier, which we have not brought up, teachers don't have the option, like your police and fire, to do overtime. So maybe they're taking a less percent, but they also have the ability to do overtime, which I know a lot of their staffs are shorthanded and a lot of them are doing overtime. Our teachers don't. They work their hours and then they go home. They don't have the option of doing any overtime, so that's it. They did take a 0 the year before, so yes, they did get a raise, but they took a 0 for that year. And like Mr. Loesch has said, we've increased the amount of class size, the amount of stress, and reduced their working conditions. So we can for sure have that conversation. The union has been really amenable to working with us the past couple of years, and we've had a great relationship with them. But also that's a lot to ask of them when we've making their working conditions decreased every year with adding more stress and more children. And all of that also causes then parents to be leaving our district, which is compounding the problem. We're losing staff, we're losing children. They're either going to school choice, which causes us more financial hardship because we have to pay those districts, or they're going to private school, which then we lose Chapter 70 funding. So it is a conversation that we need to have because it's affecting us year to year, and it's gonna affect the town. I know the gentleman had said, he has a high school student. In a couple of years, it won't affect him. I have a middle school student. I have a high school student. It affects the whole town. Even if you're a senior with no children, you're affecting the school district in your town. That is going to affect your property value eventually. No one is going to move to your town when your school district is bottom of the barrel of 285 districts. No one is going to want to move to your town, and your values are going to go down.
Thank you. No, I totally agree with you. I mean, again, the whole picture you're painting, I totally understand. And that's, for me, I desperately think the town needs an override to get us to a different level tax basis here to help support what we need as a town. Again, we're not getting it from a state level. I'm not sure when we're going to get it from a state level. But I'm just thinking, again, with what's happening across the board in the current, state we are as an economy, it's just the perfect storm. And every little bit of goodwill that we can earn, to get the voters to support something along those lines is why I speak of it. And just, if you will, Mr. President, just a second question to Ms. Powers. Is there more work or negotiation being done on the insurance aspect, and any particular direction or potential savings that you're seeing coming up with your budget numbers and that?
Great question, Dr. Perry, and I spoke of this earlier. Yes, we've made great progress in terms of health insurance. The budget that we had presented earlier in the budget cycle did reflect a 15% increase because that's what we were initially told. Obviously, for working on the town side now, you kind of get an initial number and then you go to work from there. So our Director of Human Resources with our new insurance advisor work closely with the different providers, health insurance providers. We did go out through a competitive bid process. So right now we're looking at coming in at approximately 7.5%. So obviously a significant savings for us. And obviously that'll go towards closing any potential shortfall that we're faced with on our end. But good news.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
One more point to think about, teachers' workdays don't end when they go home.
That's right.
One thing I did as a teacher for years is there's homework to correct, there's things to do. So it's hard to go back on that particular contract and make adjustments. I know we did it on the town side, and the overtime point is well taken.
Anything further from folks before we wrap this up? I'll just reiterate, I think that no one in this council wants to see anybody take less money. I think that we should just consider all options. We're not asking anybody to take less money, but we do need to understand that the reality that a reduction in 1% is over $300,000, a reduction in 1.5% to get down to a 1% COLA, which we're doing at the towns, is over $500,000, which is the equivalent of 6 or 7 teachers. So I think we just need to keep all options open. I think we all need to come to the table and figure out what we could all do. And I know that may elicit more back and forth, but that's where I stand, and I'm not again asking anybody to take less money. It's just let's take a look at what we could all do collectively. So with that being said, do you want to close out your meeting? Unless you guys have any closing comments.
Well, I actually had a question,
Yes, please.
Mr. President, if
Absolutely.
that's okay. Superintendent Powers, knowing that the budget is divided out into multiple different series, like the 1,000, the 2,000, the 3,000 series, can you share with us exactly what that breakout shows out as percentages of your overall budget? I would think that the teachers and staff would probably be 30, 40%, and then other departmental needs are broken out by another percentage, because I'm kind of curious about your capital planning part of it as to the buildings and certainly the maintenance and upkeep, especially also with, as I understand, there was some sort of level of concern with the water. There was lead detected, so I'm kind of concerned about what the percentage of the budget is overall in percentage as to how it relates to all sorts of needs.
Sure, we can get all that information and broken down for you, not a problem. Just in terms of, teachers and salaries, as you mentioned, it's about 70% of our budget overall goes to salaries, not just for our teachers, but, all employees. And then, approximately 10% transportation, 10% supplies, materials, goods, services, including, some of those facilities. But I can get that broken down for you, not a problem.
Did any other members have any questions? Mr. Knoll?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this conversation. I think I echo the gentleman someone said that this was a fruitful conversation. I think it was you, Mr. Kennedy. So yes, I do have a child, he's a sophomore, and I just want to make sure that my comment wasn't taken out of context. And you're absolutely correct. Whether or not you have a child in this district, it does affect, everything, right? So I want to be part of the solution in finding ways to not only figure out the budget issue, but also how do we not better educate our children, but certainly not put our teachers in a position where they're stressed and overstressed and, their hair become like mine. But certainly, I just want to be part of the solution. So whatever it is that I need to do, as my colleagues and I are, having our meetings and, diving deep into, this budget and all the budgets, not just the school district budget, but the entire budget in general, the town and the departments, et cetera. I think we're in a position where, we're in this position because the town people have spoken, and certainly we have to hear them out as well. So just thank you for this conversation. I think it was fruitful. Looking forward to more.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you to Budget and Finance, and thank you, Chairwoman Spagone. I know you've been at all of our meetings as well, so I really appreciate that, and I appreciate all the questions and the conversation. And thank you, President Loretti, for giving us this forum. I think this is really important for us to be here because like I said, we're always in our school committee bubble, and we don't reach all of the community that way. So I think this is important. So thank you, for letting us be here.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Thanks for coming earlier, and thank you all for coming now. We do have a great audience here tonight, and I hope that they hear our concerns here, and so that we can continue to advocate for you all and for the students here. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to close out your meeting?
Yes, sir. If there are no further questions or comments, I would entertain a motion to adjourn for the evening.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Mr. Knoll. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Sullivan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned at 8:54 p.m.
All right, thank you. And you guys don't have to close out, so thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. For folks in the audience, we'll continue our meeting here once we go ahead and get the tables reset. Folks, it's 8:55. We're going to reconvene at 9 p.m. just so that we could get the table set here. We're going to open up with citizen comments, okay?
I gotta do the.
Hello, hello. Oh. Excuse me, folks. Time is now 9:03. Excuse me, order. We'll now call this Bridgewater Town Council meeting back to order. It's 9:03 p.m. We're going to pick up where we left off earlier, which is, so we're still on discussions. So our second discussion item, before we move on to citizen open forum and get back to our regularly scheduled agenda, is the Middleborough interconnection discussion. So tonight, I had this on as a discussion item. We were still working out some logistics with an emergency measure, which we are going to put on and is on our agenda for Thursday. I've called a special town council meeting for Thursday here at 7 p.m. to discuss that emergency measure. I had numerous conversations with some of the Middleborough Select Board members, and we all feel comfortable with moving forward with what is being proposed, which, as I said, is an emergency measure which codifies and affirms the town council's position that we're not going to move forward with any new water service connections. And the town of Middleborough also asked us to affirm that we would support an outdoor watering ban, which is a part of the state mandated watering ban, which we're under anyway, but we are happy to oblige by that. So I wanted to just update the council as to where those discussions are. I talked to you folks today, and we do have that special meeting scheduled for Thursday at 7 p.m. That order, that measure is on the agenda. And I'm not sure if anybody has any questions or anything that we need to discuss tonight. Otherwise, we can just go ahead and have those discussions and vote and hopefully approve that on Thursday so we can move forward with that connection. But I am very confident that we are all aligned here. Anything from the councilors? Seeing none? Okay, sure.
Yes, are we going to make it clear that this applies to BSU as well? I have heard many constituents tell me they are offended by BSU watering lawns in the middle of a drought.
I'll ask our town manager to chime in on that, but I know that BSU has a number of irrigation wells on site. I'm sure it's going to be hard to differentiate between what is coming from an irrigation well and what isn't, but perhaps we could speak to that effort.
Mr. President, you're correct. They do have a lot of irrigation wells. I've met with President Clark and his team, I think last week, and we talked about water conservation during this period. So that message has been said to President Clark directly. I know there's been communication with DPW and their facilities management team, making sure we're collaborating on water usage, so forth, moving forward. But they do have some wells of their own.
All right, great.
Question? How much of the water is from their own wells versus how much coming from the town? What's the proportion?
We can get that information for you.
Thank you.
All right, well, if no one has anything else, then we could move on to our next agenda item. And like I said, we'll be back here Thursday to formally vote and hopefully approve on that. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll now move on.
I just have a question.
Oh, sure.
I see a slide up.
I believe that's for our town manager update, which will be in a few items here.
Yes.
That's for water update.
So water update, yeah.
Okay, just check.
Yeah, because we're not back in order yet. We're on discussions. We're going to go to citizen open forum, and then we'll get our town manager's report after that. So to the folks here in the audience, thank you for being here for our discussions. We believe it's very important that you are here for our discussion with the schools. So hopefully that was some good information for you folks who are here. We're now going to open up citizen open forum. Due to Massachusetts open meeting law requirements, discussions will not take place during public comment periods. If appropriate responses to questions and concerns will be given by the town manager at a future town council meeting. If you'd like to come up at this time, you may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Krista Jemian, 221 Aldrich Road, a member of Bridgewater Communities for Civil Rights, and I have a letter that I'd like to read into the record. Our chair, Janice Campbell-Means, was hoping to read this herself, but she's not able to, so I'm her stand-in tonight. Dear members of the Town Council, since 2021, Bridgewater Communities for Civil Rights, the First Parish Bridgewater Unitarian Universalist Church, and the Martin Richard Institute for Social Justice have worked together to host successful Juneteenth celebrations with the support of the town of Bridgewater, the Bridgewater Public Library, and the broader community. The Juneteenth Committee remains committed to hosting Juneteenth 2026 at University Park in partnership with the Martin Richard Institute for Social Justice at Bridgewater State University on June 13th, 2026. Since 2022, the town of Bridgewater has recognized June 19th as a town holiday, and for the past 4 years, the town council has supported raising the Juneteenth flag in honor of this important commemoration. We respectfully request your support for raising the Juneteenth flag from Monday, June 15th through June 30th. We further ask that this observance be formally recognized with a town council resolution expressing support and affirming the town's continued commitment to civil rights and equal dignity for all in a welcoming community. You are welcome to attend a brief flag-raising ceremony on Monday, June 15th at 3:30 p.m., and are invited to read the Town Council's Juneteenth resolution at this time. Join us in celebrating the continued progress toward liberty and justice for all. As town leaders, your actions have a powerful impact, and by once again raising the Juneteenth flag, you affirm that Juneteenth is an essential part of American history. We appreciate your continued support and look forward to your positive response. And as mandated by the town's general ordinance, FY 21-10007, a photograph of the Juneteenth flag was included with this letter, which was sent to the town council. Thank you very much. I also just want to make a quick comment about the budget and the school situation, which is very distressing for everybody involved, and I know that you're all working hard together, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure the townspeople do. I've mentioned before, when I've spoken with the town council, I remember very well Prop 2.5 when it went through, and it was devastating. Devastating for the condition of education in the state of Massachusetts. We lost 5,000 teachers that year, and it took years to build us back up to where we were before this recent budget situation. I would hate to see that happen again in our town, and it's happening across the state. We're not the only town that's experiencing this. So I think we need to take a deep breath and work together and make a good case for the need for an override. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, whoever goes next, Greg, you gotta lean down. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, good evening. It's Tim Trocchio, 16 Cassidy Place. So I'd like to speak on behalf of General Ordinance DFY 25-20, adoption of Clause 22J of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, the HERO Act. So in 2024, the HERO Act was passed by the governor, and essentially it is a tax exemption for veterans. So if you're a veteran here, please stand up. Frank, 173rd Airborne, if you're a veteran, come on up. John, Keith, Greg. So we have a huge contingent of veterans here today. I just wanted to speak my small portion. So when you sign up to join the military, at least from my experience, you sign a blank check. And that check is up to your entire life. I served on active duty for about 6 years. I was a captain, served 2 years in the Army Reserve. All of these guys here today stepped to the line, swore an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States against all the enemies, foreign and domestic. And this is a small token of their appreciation. We often get told as veterans, thank you for your service. And it's a very weird interaction when people go, hey, thank you for your service. We don't know what to say, at least for me, because it was a job that we did, and we did it happily. But as time goes on, the military in your service is very, very hard. It weighs on your back, weighs on your knees, It weighs on your mental ability. This provision is for disabled veterans. There's often wounds that are seen and unseen, and believe it or not, I have wounds that are unseen. You would never know. A lot of guys, a lot of veterans don't usually talk about their wounds because you're trained to fight on, and we want to continue to contribute. This will allow veterans to contribute to their town. They can reinvest their savings, they can reinvest the money that would have been paid for these taxes to open businesses, buy homes. I've recently bought a home with my VA home loan here in Bridgewater. All these guys have lived here for probably well over 5, 10, 15, 20 years. But they stepped to the line, they served their country, and I think we owe veterans a debt of gratitude. But that's just my small portion. I ask that you please support this measure. It was passed by the Budget and Finance Committee last week. I just would like to say thank you to the President for your support, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Lindy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you to all our veterans. Appreciate you all showing up tonight.
Good evening, Janet Hanson, Pleasant Street. I just want to, with the water, I'd like to know what specifically does new, the term new hookup means when it comes to water hookups. Does it mean projects are already approved but not physically hooked up right now? Does it mean projects approved but won't be ready to be hooked up for months from now? Or does it mean projects not approved yet, but that doesn't seem to make sense because couldn't hook up anyways if they're not approved? What is the timeline to consider projects new? Up to a year from now, longer, shorter? That needs to be clarified. And, is that all of the above? We need clarification tonight. I prefer you not to wait till Thursday to clarify what does new mean. And by the town charter, you are allowed to answer that question if it's known tonight. And it seems like you should know what new means since Middleborough is requiring new as part of their agreement. Other concerns. Missing documents seem to be a major issue in this town lately. Town employees, directors, whatever their titles are stating they have reviewed documents or that supporting documents were done, but then when residents request to see them through the FOIA, they are being told they do not exist or cannot be found. One example was the CEDD stating back on January 20th that the fiscal analysis and WIS were done for 3 approved projects, which included the Hilton Garden Hotel on Claremont property at the NIP. But when a resident sent a public info request for those reports, she was told that those reports do not exist. So how can they see them? CEDD stated at that meeting that the approved projects, including that Hilton Garden Inn, had completed the WIS and fiscal analysis that was factored into their approval. Yet when asked for those reports, she was told they didn't exist and the matter was closed. How can that be? Documents other people have requested for other projects, issues, water issues, encountered the same numerous times that they don't exist. What is happening to these documents? Do they in fact actually exist and no one can find them, which is a problem, or did they never exist, which is even a bigger problem because it would mean someone's not telling the truth. If they are saying they saw them, then why aren't they, when the request for public records, coming back saying they don't exist? So the matter's closed. It doesn't restore faith in the town government and procedures if it appears that lies are being told. If they do exist, someone needs to investigate ASAP why responses are coming back as the document doesn't exist. This is an important matter that cannot keep going on. I still don't understand, and the other thing is I still don't understand why water is brown for some residents but not others that utilize town water. I have been told that it's because the lines haven't been flushed, but they haven't been flushed all over town, so I don't get it. I don't have brown water, thankfully. I don't want it. So I just feel, let's stop talking about vision to reality, MBTA, and other things that can actually wait, and focus on infrastructure. Water, roads, things that we need to prioritize. Fix these problems first before we move on to others. Let's prioritize better. The people in charge have to work to regain our trust in what we're being told, which goes back to where are these documents? And lastly, back to the website, still needs to be worked on. It's taken too long for this website to be fixed. Can't find things. I was trying to find traffic study for Broad Street, because couldn't remember if one was done, and if one was done, it was a long time ago. Maybe it didn't follow over to the new website, but I had other people looking for me. We can't find it. So was it done or not done? I would like the answer to that, and how the heck do you find it? And the website, you still have to go through all these steps to find something, and I'm not having good success, so I would like that fixed. But we do need to find out why documents aren't being found when somebody says they've seen them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hanson. And Mrs. Hanson will hopefully answer a number of those questions during our water update.
Hi, Ashley Mallard, 270 Grange Park. I just wanted to address a few of the comments about teachers' salaries that were made and suggesting that we are one of the highest paid. If you look at averages, it maybe seem like we make a lot of money because essentially through budget cuts, we have cut all the cheapest teachers. So if you compare in another community, if you want to do the numbers, go to a community that has the same number of teachers, the same years of service, and the same education, and just select that group, and then figure out what would the average be. But you go to Easton, you go to East Bridgewater, you go to West Bridgewater, where they have 3, 4, and under years of service, teachers that mostly have bachelor's, maybe master's degrees, they're going to be much cheaper. Additionally, with the suggestion of talking about salary increases, we took a 0% COLA. In the previous meeting, it was mentioned, well, teachers get steps. So do all the employees in this town. And they get extra money if they work overtime. I'm working overtime now. I don't get extra money. I have almost double the caseload. Okay, so I just mentioned at the State House on Tuesday that I take 30 hours to grade essays, that it would take me 8 hours to meet with each student for 3 minutes. This is not the quality education that this town used to be, and it's not the burden of the teacher's income to balance the budget. It is the responsibility of the town at some point to realize your revenue is not there, because it's not there for the rest of the services. No other contract, including the one you're about to vote on, under these pressures has taken a 0 COLA. And then Ms. King mentioned 75% of the staff are at the top of the salary scale, which means we do not get steps anymore for like 20 plus years. Okay, so that means that people survive off of that COLA, and my insurance goes up faster than that COLA a lot of times. So it is a big sacrifice for the teachers to take that 0, especially when we did this essentially 2 years ago to prepare you and come to the town and say, let's fix it. And everyone dragged their feet because only the school took the cuts. No one else in town took the cuts. So based on the history of this community in 2005 to 2011, until the school takes the cuts and then the community takes the cuts, people don't feel the need for an override. But it's very difficult to pretend from town council members that you don't, across the board, need to start supporting an override. It's not going to happen this year. I fully recognize that. But this is something that you need to, someone just said, come up with a meaningful way to recognize our money is being used appropriately by as many of the necessary town services as possible. And if you don't believe it's being used by those other town services, why aren't you asking for an audit for them? Because you asked the school to be audited. You took a look at what we did. You looked at every grant. You looked at all of this, and we came out pretty good. But I don't hear that discussion for any other budgets. Where's 10 years of money to spend on the wells, to help fix the wells for the last 10 years? Are we here because we misspent the paying money for my water for the last 10 years? So why isn't that being looked at? Where did that go to? So when you want transparency, when you want the town to order us in the school district, essentially, to be more transparent, to pay someone, the equivalent of a teacher and maybe a para, okay, then, I would like to see that on the other side of the table as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Christine Smith, Gadsby Drive. Before I go into what I have to say, I'd like to just say in regards to what Ashley said, I personally, my daughter has already graduated and left this school district and gone on to college, as you can see. And I will say this, it was hard for her because she was not adequately prepared, and that's not on our teachers, that's on the money that we're giving them. And we need to give them more. So many of these teachers also delve thousands of dollars out of their own pockets to supplement what they're not getting from the town. So I'd rather invest in that than some of the other frivolities that we invest in as a town. But with that being said, I'd also like to know that I saw that they're going to be starting flushing of the system, and my question is this. Years ago, when we first realized that we were having this issue, I decided to be proactive and not have to go buy a new wardrobe all the time. So I invested in these little things called Shout dryer washer sheets. And you just throw one of these in with your wash, and it collects all the dye and everything that runs off your clothes. Well, here's the one I pulled out of my wash last night. So if it looks like this from last night, what's it gonna look like after you flush the system? And can I maybe factor into the budget some money to pay for the new clothes I'm gonna have to buy when my clothes come out looking like that? Because I don't buy brown because I don't like brown clothes. So I'm just curious, like, where the difference is gonna come. I would much rather see that we didn't have to spend millions of dollars on a company to assess the problem that we have, and now millions of dollars to our neighboring town to pay for the water that we no longer have here in ours, when that money could be used to go to this budget gap and get our kids the education they deserve. Just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Melissa Raymondetta, 317 Lakeside Drive. It's been a sobering evening sitting here and hearing the discussions. My public comment on March 3rd, the night of the town council meeting communication outage, was followed up by an email to all of you on March 4th with questions regarding the Hilton Garden Inn hotel project at Lakeshore Center. To date, I have not received a response from anyone on the council, and my questions are not on the list compiled by the council president. I am here tonight to remind you of these questions, inform the public, and ask additional questions. Why were 100,000 gallons per day of water and sewer capacity granted to Claremont's Lakeshore Center via a 38-year-old faded, impossible to read special permit never associated with any other project previously constructed at Lakeshore Center? This document was resurrected on August 16, 2023, during the third month of the hotel's special permit review, and resulted in a procedural switch to a less rigorous site plan review that included the added bonus to the developer that Lakeshore Center, already consuming 58,000 gallons per day, will be granted a total of 100,000 gallons per day water use and sewer capacity for future development. Repeated attempts by the public to ask why were met with responses from Bridgewater invoking attorney-client privilege. Why, on December 17, 2025, did Bridgewater's Planning Board extend its January 2024 approval of the hotel project for 1 year during a water supply emergency without including a special condition that required the completion and review of a water impact statement? The extension was rubber stamped, although residents spoke up and asked for this and other conditions to be added. As Mrs. Hanson noted, the CED director noted at the January 20th, 2026 Town Council meeting that all 3 pre-approved commercial projects, including the hotel, must complete a water impact statement. He also noted that a fiscal impact analysis citing impact to fire, police, and schools had been done for all 3 projects. I made a public records request to Bridgewater on March 24th to ask for the water impact statement and the FIA for the hotel. Bridgewater's response on March 26th stated that these documents do not exist. How can the hotel project be one of the 3 pre-approved projects if the water impact statement and fiscal impact analysis don't exist? How did the planning board approve a large hotel project in 2024 without a fiscal impact analysis? Why wasn't that fiscal impact analysis revisited in December 2025 before the planning board extended the hotel approval by 1 year? Where is the water impact statement? I'm concerned about the culture of a town government where proactive and engaged residents are referred to in derogatory terms. I am concerned about missing town documents, a lack of transparency around basic questions and processes, and Bridgewater's constant and all-encompassing fear of developer lawsuits. Bridgewater needs to start looking inward. Our valued businesses and residents will soon lose their patience if the town's ability to provide full services continues to falter. We, the people, have done as much as we can. We need our elected officials to help us. Section 211 of the Charter gives you the power to investigate. Please use it. Thank you.
Greg Martin, High Street. I think just about 6 short weeks ago, I stood up here with a couple of members of the Veterans Council with a call to action for the community, and I just want to say thank you to the community for showing up for our Vietnam veteran dedication and memorial. Just a little bit of testimony. Just this evening, a gentleman from town came to me and said that he brought his father to the ceremony. His father was a combat veteran, did multiple tours in Vietnam, and saw a lot of bad things. And he previously lived down in South Carolina, and he said, you know, and he would always tell his son down in South Carolina that they would, it just seemed that there was more patriotism, more gratitude for the veterans. And I'm happy that we're bringing that back here in Bridgewater. And I think it was testimony to the success of the event and the amount of positive feedback that we've been getting. I know that there's many folks here that attended the event. If you missed it, I would encourage you to go check out the memorial on Mount Prospect Street. But I want to thank, first and foremost, the Vietnam veterans who came out and allowed us to honor them and recognize them. It was an honor for me, and I think many others as well. And then I want to thank the Veterans Council for helping to put on such a fabulous event. And then lastly, the citizens of Bridgewater, both small business owners, individual citizens. There's people in this room that gave me checks individually for the memorial. There's people in this room who sacrificed days, if not weeks, of their time and their equipment to help make the event a huge success. And I just want to say thank you. In spite of all of our issues, the community came together, and I thank the community for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you lift that up?
No problem. Happy to help.
Thank you.
Is that good?
That's perfect. It's, water comes from a different town. I had to pay for it, though. My name is Dave Seiden, Deerfield Drive, and I wanted to speak on something that my comrade or brother-in-arms, Tim Trocchio, had said. When he's out and about and people thank him for his service, and he feels that discomfort and doesn't know what to say, I get that all the time. And I'll just tell you guys what I tell the people that thank me, and that's that you're worth it. All of you, every single one of you, every single one of you is worth everything I paid for and everything I lost, okay? Everything. I had a conversation with a guy from my unit. He was telling me about his town and how his town really just puts down all their veterans and treats them like dirt. They don't get anything. And they're not the vets aren't asking for anything, but there's nothing that is coming from the town, all right? And I saw something on a website. It was a picture of a unit just like mine, and the caption for, I guess, the general public to read was, live a life worthy of their service. And if you saw the picture, you would go, oh my God, thank God I don't have to do that, because it's the real deal, okay? And so he's living in a town that is the opposite of that, And I'd hate to live in a town like that. I'd hate that. And I'm on a Veterans Council here, and I think it was after I saw that picture and that caption, it moved me to the point that I got on the Veterans Council, because I want to be able to spend time with veterans, especially the wounded veterans, and offer any help I can. Maybe just listen to them, help them live a whole life, which is, what they want, I guess. And, yeah, I support what this bill, or what this proposal is, because to me, it's the least that a town can do for the people who went to war, for them, for the town, for the country, for the flag and all that. I guess that's about all I gotta say. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, John Donna, 261 South Street. Thank you, Council, Town Manager. I do, I wanted to speak about the stipend on the ballot for town councilors that's coming in this in the election, and I want to say that I do support it, and I'll tell you why. I don't have a lot of extra tax money in my pocket these days, but this is something I would support. It's a tough time to be a town councilor. There's a lot of tough issues that have built up over the years that isn't the fault of this council, but I think there's a lot of work being done by this council to tackle some of these issues. There's still some work to do, but to not recognize the council for what they have done is a mistake. And I'll give you a couple examples. Last week, the legislation 013, the Water Supply Capacity and Development Review, that was brought forward by President Loretti and Councilor Kennedy. In the few years that I've been coming to these meetings, I think that's one of the best pieces of work that's come off the council. I think they've been listening to the residents, and it's going to benefit the town greatly, or could benefit the town greatly. Another example would be the work that Councilor Murphy does on budget and finance. There's no one else I'd rather see on that committee or in matters of budget and finance here in the council than him. Another person would be Councilor Lindy. Throughout this water crisis, he's continually reminded us that, as tough things are right now, Brockton Water was not a good option, that we needed to find something else. So I thank you for that and for some other things you've done, Councilor Lindy. I'm sorry, someone. So like I said, I don't have a lot of extra money, tax money to provide, but this is something I would want to consider voting for, because I know people, the council is looking out for the town and us. The other side of the fence would be the state government. If anyone here has gas in the state of Massachusetts, you'll know what I'm talking about. The governor and the state legislature, we're getting soaked by some of the things that they're putting on these bills that aren't even related to what the natural gas. Take a look at it. It's all broken down. It's totally an example of a government that's not working for us. but at least on a town level, I know there's some action being done in our favor. And in addition to the town election coming up, there's also one in November. The governor is on the ballot, as is the state legislature. So hopefully we can everyone will take an interest in that coming election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, John Savageau, Pratt Lane. My brothers come before me. I mean, there's not much that I can say that they haven't said already. I just wanted to come up and publicly voice my opinion. I hope 22I, fiscal year 25, 019 and 012, or 020, I hope they pass. I hope you support them. You know, a little bit goes a long way, you know, and as they've said, you know, it's awkward. This is a way you can thank your veterans, and these are, with the support of these two bills from the HERO Act that was passed in 2024, you're supporting service-connected disabled veterans. It's a very small population in the town of Bridgewater, so you know. That goes a long way, so we appreciate it, and it's one hell of a night to come and ask for some, you know, tax revenue, some tax breaks, but man, we got a lot of issues ahead of us, but this is something that, you know, you want to attract veterans who give back to their communities, who give back, you know, not only monetarily, but they continue to serve their communities and support their communities. This is a way to do it, and this is a way to attract veterans to come into your community. As it's been said previously, you know, veterans that qualify with the VA home loans, you know, in very tough times, those home loans are guaranteed. So you want to have some VA home loans that are going to be dedicated and guaranteed, you know, tax revenue for the town. You know, those aren't going away. This is one way to attract that population. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
James Walsh, 60 Crescent Street. First, I want to say it is my birthday, and this is the latest I've stayed out on my birthday in a long time. So thank you for everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It started at the DMV, so we're really doing well. But I wanted to start by reflecting on some of the budget discussions. Those of you who were here last year, I remember we talked about, I briefly mentioned a residential tax exemption, which would give a tax break to anyone who lives in their home and I believe has a home assessed under the median. And it would do that by shifting the tax burden to higher value homes and to some of our larger property taxpayers like our landlords in town. So it would have no impact on the tax amount, but would give residents quite a bit of relief and make their bills lower than they are currently. So just curious if we're thinking about restarting that discussion and maybe considering it again this year based on some of the things I heard. I also wanted to just acknowledge too, as somebody who I know brings a lot of constructive suggestions, I don't think you've gotten a lot of credit for a lot of incredible work that's going through the committees right now. I've only been able to sit in a few of them, but you know, Mr. Donna mentioned the water, some of the water control legislation, some of the downtown legislation focused on the downtown and improving that kind of central business district. There's a lot of really great work there, and it's really hard work. None of those are easy. So thank you for continuing to push those through. One thing that I know you've been considering that I wanted to express my particular support for are efforts to restore more power to our planning board and other appointed or elected public meeting-based boards, especially powers that have been moved to our CED office in the past. earlier comments really have reinforced the need for this, I think. We have a lot of decisions that are made in town without any ability to trace those decisions and the rationale for those decisions. Without recapping the whole overview that Mr. Ramondetta presented, we have 3 projects that were approved and are going to change this town forever. They'll outlast all of us, and they're going to change our the economic posture of our town. And they were approved based on documents that we're now being told don't exist. So in the best case scenario, these documents just aren't easily accessible, we're not able to retrieve them on demand. The worst case, they never existed in the first place, but both of these are bad. We're often told, and this was brought up before, that the town is really afraid of lawsuits. And as a taxpayer who would fund our defense in those lawsuits, I'm very concerned that we don't have documentation, so that if somebody came and challenged one of our decisions, we're not able to actually show the paper trail of how we got to that decision. There are other examples of this, and again, there's no, I don't think, malintent, but we can't even say on a permit who specifically signed off on a permit. I think there are just these recurring examples that show we need to take some action. And I'm, of course, not the expert here, but some things that come to mind, I think, any document that is factored into a decision must be kept in a publicly accessible file that's readily available. I think we should try to move as many decisions as possible into public forums and trust them to public bodies, appointed boards of citizens, especially for these decisions that are going to have a permanent effect on critical resources in town, resources that we just can't afford to be giving away without deliberation. And then I'd suggest we also add requirements to our vendors who provide our systems for permits, et cetera, that we have a specific name and a specific individual attached to any decision. I think through that we can achieve more transparency, we can get toward better decision-making, and we can really protect ourselves from the litigation that we're told we're strongly at risk of. So I hope you consider, I know a lot of these are in the pipeline, but I wanted to express my support and provide some other suggestions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak?
Nancy Chapini, Birch Hill Road. I'm not going to bring up anything new that hasn't been discussed by most of our residents of this town, but we really do need to work together as the town manager, our departments, our town council, to work together as a group, not individually. And it's very important to get answers when we ask for them, not letters saying it does not exist. I've lived in this town for 53 years, and I've never seen where you ask for something and they say it does not exist, or you're being told it's there, but we can't find it. So I really am asking all to please really look at the paperwork, look what is being done. Don't bring our town down the tubes. I'd like to see this town go on as it was once, but these days it's just too much that's not being coming forth, and it's really sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak?
Hi, my name is Evan Tarver. Paddock Road. I can throw a rock at the nip. I love that thing, actually. I moved here like 5 years ago. I have been listening to my first meeting. I have a thought I'd like to share. We keep looking for money in pockets we don't got. Have we ever considered pushing the state audit? The state auditor, Gianna DiZoglio, has her push 72% of the vote for this audit. Why aren't we using this body to push the audit? We could find money in Chapter 70 potentially. We keep looking for money that we don't got, but if money is in other places and levels of our government, and not in here, obviously, because we're all pretty strapped, let's be honest, right? Pushing this audit would make a lot of sense. Why don't we do that starting soon? Her name is Gianna Ziaglio, she has a phone number, I call her all the time, honestly. You know, people want to chirp, audit, 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 let's fucking do it. So, that's all I had. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Frank Souza, Main Street. We've heard a lot of people talking about tax dollars going into all this repair of the sewer and the water and all of this stuff. Have you looked at your bill lately? When I got my last bill, my water bill, for an example, said, here's how many gallons you used, and here's how much it cost. My sewer bill said, here's how much water you used, and here's how much it cost. On the bottom of each of those is another figure, and those figures were higher than the use for the water and the sewer. And I was told that those figures is what paid for the update in the sewer department, a new plant that they build, and every time they spend money on the sewer, only those people on the sewer are gonna pay for it. Doesn't come out of your general tax fund. Same thing with your water. So you got to understand that all this water and sewer and all this update and everything else, only those people who are receiving town water and sewer are paying for that, not the general tax fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come up and speak? All right, thank you very much. Where are we now? We're now moving on to our town manager's report.
Alrighty. The first report, I'm going to be quick so I can get into the presentation real briefly. I just want to bring to the council's attention that, as you all are aware, we didn't get prison mitigation funding as part of this budget process. In the packet, there is a letter from town managers and town administrators from communities that have been impacted by that. I just want to inform the council that we are collaborating. We're trying to advocate for that funding for this fiscal year. But most importantly, we've talked with our representatives and in the legislature, state Representative Gallagher and State Senator Driscoll to just make sure that we're advocating for those funds. Typically, we get over $200,000 that flows into our capital stabilization fund. So I know we're advocating to try to get as much funding as possible. I just want to put that on your radar as well. So a real brief update, and there's a letter that we sent out to the commissioner regarding that. Next item, I'm just going to do a quick presentation. I know I have our DPW director, our water superintendent. I think we could touch base on some of the questions that were brought up tonight as well. But I think it's just important. I know we had a presentation from Apex. There was a consideration. It was too complex to understand. We're going to keep this really simple. And I thought that we would focus on where we were, where we are, where we're going. And at least on our town end, just highlight that. There's some obviously council decision, et cetera. So I'll just jump right into it. Where we were. Prior to October 2025, the town was using well 10B to supplement the demand of the system. During times when tanks were low, 10B would be activated to meet demand, but also replenish the tanks. Once the tanks got to the safe levels for fire protection, well 10 would be deactivated, causing the tanks to drop, because 10B right now is an unfiltered, untreated well. Example, since 2015, this is all the times we have activated 10B. Over 52% of the time since 2015. In 2025, particularly September, October, I was here as the town manager. I said, all right, we had to implement activating that well. What can we do not to do that again? That was my mission. That's what we talked about as a council. And so I got to action with my team. We said, first, let's see if we can do interconnection, emerging interconnection. That was part of our water master plan 2024. We didn't do any action 2024. We didn't do 2025. We're not going to say anything regarding that. That's decisions that were made. But we said, we're going to do that work. We self-petitioned for emergency declaration to do that work. We partnered with Middleborough. We're thankful for their collaboration there. Where we are. And it's important for the 10B, because I'll have our water superintendent talk about why some parts of the community have discolored water versus not. 10B is an untreated well. Iron manganese leads to discolored water. Where we are. The town established an interconnection with Middleborough to limit the usage of 10B. Since that interconnection, we haven't activated that well again. Town's operating an emergency declaration from Massey while we were in the emergency interconnection. Once again, we petitioned them for that. The town during this time is not allowing any new times for non-approved projects during this period. I think we've talked about not approved versus non-approved several times. I think this is another, anything further is a council decision. And that's something that the council's talked about. You can deliberate further about. I think you're talking about that as part of your resolution. But that's not something else that the town manager specifically does. During this period for non-approved projects, we're not allowing any new tie-ins. So what did we do during this period of the emergency interconnection from January to now? We redeveloped well number 3, which increased the capacity of the well. We wouldn't have been able to do that without the emergency interconnection. We redeveloped well number 6, increased the capacity of the well. That's coming back online this week, I believe. We performed routine maintenance on well number 5 and number 8. And then ultimately, we evaluated, it allowed us to evaluate and determine the best path forward for bringing wells 10A and 10B online. The town previously had talked about bringing that directly to the High Street treatment plant. Obviously, looking at the condition of the water consistency after doing pilot testing and looking for redundancy, right? Being flexible, saying, hey, if we have an opportunity to address this and go after some grants for some long-term intermediate solution for that, let's look at this. Let's take advantage of that opportunity. So currently, we're moving forward with Plymouth Street well treatment construction. We submitted a grant request that's under review by the EPA via Mass DEP. Mass DEP has approved it. Now it's EPA concerned to mitigate $2 million of expenses related to Plymouth Street well treatment. That wasn't there before. That wasn't something that was proposed. We applied for SRF funding from the state. We weren't approved. But we potentially are having this $2 million to help mitigate the cost. The town is currently conducting flushing to remove sediment from the mains. Once again, we wouldn't have been able to do this work without emergency interconnection. Where we are going, once again, trying to keep this as simple as possible. The town will construct treatment vessels that will allow wells 10A and 10B to be utilized, thereby increasing water capacity. We had a presentation from Apex that highlighted what our water capacity was, but what our actual water usage was. 10A and 10B, it's in the water master plan. It's approximately about 0.56 million gallons per day. If we get these wells online, and 10A we never typically have used, we use 10B. We will be above our average million gallons per day average in 2025 if we get those wells online. So we'll be in a better position than we were previously. We'll continue to advocate for additional financial resources at the federal and state levels to mitigate costs and continue infrastructure improvements. We're actively being aggressive and trying to go for further PFAS settlement funds. We've got some funding already, but we're trying to collaborate with our attorneys to get additional funding. We're talking with the EPA once again about additional funding for overall infrastructure improvement programs. There's a PFAS low-interest loan program. It used to be a 0% low-interest program, but it's been oversubscribed, so now they're looking at low-interest funding. We're trying to advocate to get back to 0%, but we're actively going to look at that. And then ultimately, the town will explore additional future water supply for the future. We've said this over and over. This is going to be a council decision. We'll present the information to the council, but we have to look at that. That's where we are. That's where we were. That's where we are. That's where we're going. And I try to keep it as simple as possible. I know we have questions. I'll have my staff kind of touch base on some of the other questions that we talked about. Flushing. Bill, can you talk about why some of our community doesn't see that impact versus some that do?
Good evening to the council. So yeah, going off of what Justin was saying is the reason that some of these areas are more affected by brown discoloration and everything is because of the way they're serviced. More on the east side is where we have less of a demand of water, so less flow goes out to that side of town, where most of the water we use either goes down back towards 24 or all the way down Broad Street. Those are our highest demand users, that's where the flow is going. That's why we're pushing water in that direction consistently. That's why they're having less problems down in that area because of that, where once we start to actually are able to flush, we are currently doing so actually right now. I'm going to go meet the guys out after this. We are working from High Street Treatment Plant, moving our way east, and then we'll reassess as the week progresses with tank levels, as well as where we get within the system, and we'll move to another service area as we progress throughout the system.
Thank you. Are you taking questions right now, Justin?
Yeah, let's get into some of the
Sir,
questions.
any questions from councilors at this time?
Through you, Mr. President, to Bill, this is just something I've been seeing. Why do we flush wells at night? I mean, flush hydrants at night.
So the reason we're flushing wells at night right now is because, or the water mains at night right now is, one, because staffing operations-wise, we have a lot that's going on right now on a daily basis, for one, and two, it's when our systems are starting to replenish. During the day, the tanks drop. At the nighttime, tanks rise. So we're trying to counteract what we're using through the day to make sure that we still have sustainability for tomorrow.
Okay. Are the storage tanks at a safe capacity to do the flushing?
Yes.
Okay. With the wells being redeveloped, which is new since we did the interconnection, where are we at now without 10A and 10B on with the demand on those wells? Like, what are we able, not what are we regulated to pump, not what are those able to handle in a perfect condition if they were brand new? Where are we at now with those pumping numbers?
Today, we pulled 1.33 million gallons out of the ground.
Okay. Is that due to the demand that was today, or do we just, what is the current capacity to pump out of those? Is that the max capacity currently?
That's the max capacity to pump out of those, but right now we're also in a situation where we're filling our tanks and flushing. We also had the fire today that was also a factor in daily operations, and that's another thing that goes into brown water and discoloration. When you cause a demand at that
Absolutely.
Flow and that level, you're going to stir up the water mains.
Okay. That's all I got at the moment.
Okay. Are we able to get more than 1.33 out of the ground right now? Or that's kind of where we're maxed out at the moment?
Yes, pretty much. It depends on, it's a variable situation. It depends on what hours we're actually, what days we're backwashing, doing things of that nature, as well as, like I said, it's a variable frequency drive on the actual pumps themselves.
Just building off of what...
Mr. President,
Sure.
one thing that I think is important to add, let's talk about tuberculation a little bit, Bill. Because, you know, obviously, when you look at the water master plan, you see capacity, and you'll see a capacity that's significantly higher, right, versus what the actual capacity is. And one of the things that we're grappling with now is tuberculation in the Carver Street wells, for example. Talk a little bit about that, Bill. But there's opportunities where there's work that we can do to increase the capacity by addressing that issue.
Yeah, so the way our water system, or our treatment facilities work as of now is they're all run off of raw transmission mains, meaning water goes in, it's blended, and then treated all at the same time. Where right now it seems at Carver's Pond we're having an issue of wells competing with each other to try and push the water to the facility. We are looking and brought in an engineer firm to come and look at opportunities to be able to mitigate that situation, whether it's replace the water main, clean the water main, and things of that nature. So the new wells that, or well 5 that we've referenced to in the past that hasn't had a good development is, it might have been a great redevelopment or a great redrill. We just don't know because of the tuberculation that's going on within that water system on the raw transmission side.
Thank you. And sorry, just a moment of formality here. We have to vote to extend our meeting beyond 10 p.m., so let's do that, and then we'll continue the discussion. So do I have a motion to extend?
I'll make the motion to continue the meeting.
And a
past
second?
10.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
One nay, okay. Sorry, we could continue that discussion. I lost my train of thought now. I asked about capacity and tuberculation. So what I would like to see, and I don't imagine we have this tonight, is a side-by-side comparison of design capacity versus actual operating capacity so that we can understand, you know, kind of like a budget, you know, actuals versus projections, and so we could identify exactly where we're at, just so that we fully understand where we're having some underperformances, whether they be due to tuberculation or the wells themselves. So that would just be a request.
No problem.
Yeah.
I'll go again. Have we sent cameras down those pipes to see exactly how much there is?
That's the next step that we're going to take.
Okay. What size pipes are those coming into the plant and coming out of the plant?
From the wellheads, they're 6 feet, 6 inch.
That's it? Okay. What about coming out of the plant?
It varies depending on the plant. I believe it's a 12-inch coming out.
12-inch main coming out?
It should both be 12 inches, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
All right.
Few hands.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill, for the information. So just, for the public's knowledge as well, so when we start to flushing, how much brown water might be, generated because of the current flushing that you're going to do, and how long would you anticipate that last?
That's a loaded question. In the sense that it depends on the service area, it depends on how bad the water main is, with sediment within the system itself. It also depends on the type of pipe that is in that area. So with that being said, it's hopefully that within 15 to 20 minutes of running your cold faucet taps after we are through that service area. And like I said, is we'll update daily moving forward on where we get to and where we're going the next night, so that way people and residents have a better understanding of where and when they might experience the brown water.
Will the east side of town see an improvement after the flushing? In
They
your
should,
opinion?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Murphy?
Yeah, I have a few questions. First, a statement that has nothing to do with you up there today, but I actually spent my birthday at the Middleborough Select meeting, so Mr. Walsh, I can relate to you. And it was one of the worst feelings that I've ever experienced to sit before a select board and have them say the things that they said, to no fault of their own, because I think we put ourselves in this situation, but to know that another town is dictating whatever they want in relation to our water right now is a pretty awful thought and feeling. So if it wasn't bad before, it's getting even worse now with that happening for me. And so, again, nothing against anybody here. I think there's a long line of faults of people, councils, staff members, past town managers that are to blame for this. But the reality of the situation is we're here now, and we have to get ourselves out of it somehow. So that's my statement, but I have a few questions to follow up.
Yep.
A few citizens have asked about vacuuming tanks. I know nothing about that process, but I would love to hear your input on that. Why aren't we doing it? What would be the process for
We
doing
just
that?
haven't had the capacity and of being able to pump out of the ground. So when you go and do tank work, you have to take it offline, considering that once you put something in the well or in the tank itself, it could potentially cause a bacteria, where you have to have a coliform sample, and we have to bring that tank back online. It takes approximately 3 to 5 days just to get a coliform sample and a secondary sample, where we just don't have the water capacity being able to be pulled out of the grounds to do so at this time. And that's what we're looking to do with the projects that we're working on.
And how often does that happen in a normal case, if the tanks were operating?
Usually every 3 years.
Do we know when the last time we've done it?
2021 is the last record that I have.
So 5 years past. Going back to wells 10A and 10B specifically, have we determined what the cause is of the rising levels there?
It's a number of factors. It's the years of service that's been there. It's the groundwater quality that's there. It's the soils that are in the ground that can cause it. And it's not that it's very different. It's just that these other wells that we have been doing, they already had filtration systems in place. So we're just looking at a raw water sample of the iron or manganese. We weren't actually treating it. Where in a normal circumstance, when you get a level of that magnitude, you would immediately move into a filtration system.
But we do know in the past, I think just 2 years, the levels have gone up exponentially.
Yes, that's why we're in the process of moving the treatment system, or those 2 wells to High Street Treatment Facility.
And then for the vessels, can we talk about what those are going to treat exactly?
So there's going to be the green sand vessels will treat for the PFAS and iron, and then we're going to have the carbon PFAS units that will treat for the PFAS.
And how does that connect with the High Street plant that doesn't treat for PFAS? What does that look like?
It doesn't connect to the treatment plant.
2 totally separate systems.
It's one water system, but 2 totally separate treatment systems in tow.
Perfect. And then a question for our town manager. For the purchase of the vessels, will you bring forward an appropriation to the town council for that?
Yep, I think we've talked about this a couple of times. One, there's the $2 million hopefully grant that we receive. But you know, you've done a couple of different appropriate loan authorizations. You had a $7 million authorization that was directly for the Main to High Street treatment plant. I think obviously we would look at our bond counsel and see if that language is sufficient for this work. We don't think that's the case. But you also did a $1.5 million loan authorization that is sufficient to do this work. Some of it, 1.5, but it's not going to cover the entirety of the project. We had to go out to bid for that work. We did get that bid information. Now we understand what that project is. Now we can come back to you with the loan authorization, knowing exactly what this cost is going to be with the vessels and with the construction work necessary.
And then we had spoken about this in Budget and Finance earlier, and Ms. Guarini gave me a great explanation of this, but we don't see that reflected in our enterprise accounts at the moment. And Ms. Guarini, you had mentioned some of that comes from capital as well, too. Could you just, is there a small summary we can get on how that payment system works?
Hi. So once we get a loan authorization, we create a special revenue fund or capital fund. And all the expenses are segregated from the operations fund of the water or sewer or general fund. So once the loan authorization gives us that appropriation, we can begin expending. Does that answer your question?
I think that's good, thank you. I don't know if other folks have questions on that specifically, but
I was going to get there later. I had questions for Bill, but we could stay on the dollars and then go back to the water.
yeah.
Or you go back to the water. I'll go back to you, Bill, while you're still up there.
President,
Yeah.
one other thing, because I know this is a question that's been asked too, because I think at the finance meeting today, we had the finance committee ask about the purchase of the water from Middleborough. How are we paying for it, et cetera? I think it was a good opportunity to address that as well. So there's a couple of avenues to pay for that. One, we've kept that in a segmented fund because once again, we are trying to go after PFAS litigation. You see the rise in the rise in the PFAS levels in those wells. Well, we want to try to go after litigation and funds to see to augment those. So we're keeping it in a segmented fund, but there's a couple avenues that we go to fund that. One, we've received some PFAS settlements already. We could use that to augment those costs right away. We have retained earnings funds that we have available for us. You know, this council did change the rates, and I think if we all remember the presentation, part of that process was to get more revenue to increase our retained earnings, which is a necessary thing that we have to do when you're considering all the work that needs to be done as well. So our revenues are looking fairly good. We have retained earnings already, but our revenues are looking well. But then also part of the budget process. One of the things that I'll give a preview of this budget, there likely is going to be some cost recovery of that in the following budget. And that's something that we can talk about. But those are the mechanisms that we have available to fund those purchases. They weren't part of the budget, absolutely acknowledging that. No one had that as part of the budget plan for this fiscal year, but there are ways to pay for that. And those are the avenues that we can go to pay for those costs.
Thank you.
Just to add on that piece too, if I could, really quick, because we talked about this during Budget and Finance, and I specifically pulled the numbers for BSU, and there is a significant increase in the amount of money they're paying for both water and sewer based on our new rates. More than double what they had paid each quarter they're paying now that goes into our system. And that's actually subsidizing single-family or residence homes who have seen, to John Donna's point earlier and Mr. Souza's point, who have seen maybe a small or hopefully slight reduction in their water bill because we have shifted the burden to more of our heavier users. And we're not basing our bills just on usage anymore, but we're actually looking at demand as well too. And I think that's very important to distinguish. So that's also helped us set up a larger revenue stream that I think makes sense for the town.
Mm-hmm. And going back to the capacity and quality for you, Bill, Councilor Murphy asked about the deterioration of the conditions over there, and I know that this council, speaking for myself and hopefully all of us, we want to have tremendous foresight now because we know that wasn't the case in the past, and we don't want to spend all of this energy, all of this time, all of this resources into doing this project. And I did remember asking Helen from Apex at her presentation, are these wells, worth the project? Are they worth, developing? So I just wanted to make sure that was still the case. If you guys had discussed that further, that, we are 100% all systems go and that we feel confident moving forward.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say that we are. I mean, we're starting to move and break ground on getting this development going. And like what Justin said earlier, it's more about redundancy than it is about actually bringing those wells to High Street Treatment Facility. It gives us an opportunity as a department to utilize those 3 wells and be able to shut down a certain facility for a couple hours a day to get that well recovery that we've been talking about and preaching about.
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate the clarification. And I know that you've been waiting
Yeah,
for a question.
that's okay, thank you. Mr. Young, do you know how long it was going to take for the treatment vessels to be up and running?
Right now, we're hoping by June 29th, 2026.
Okay. Do you think wells A and B are contaminated at all?
Not than any other well that we have. That's all just different levels of the same contaminants.
And will be that treatment will take care of it all?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I thank you guys both, the town manager and you, for coming up with that, because I live on, near these 10 A and Bs, and like the town manager showed, every time there's a problem in this town, 10B would go on. They sought no other solution, so for you guys to come up with a solution so soon, I appreciate it. The other thing is the Vernon Street, the permits were expired before. Do we have to get permits, renewed this permits, or?
They're still active. They're still on our Water Management Act.
Okay. And then you'll be putting a treatment vessel there?
Potentially, yes. So that will be the next step once we've finished 10A and 10B.
So we've never used those wells before?
They're not connected to the system
Do you know
at
how much
all.
water we can pump out from those wells?
I believe it was 0.56.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the work you've done for the town.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Bill? Councilor Lindy hasn't gone yet.
It's not a question for Bill, it's through you to the town manager. All this information is incredibly complex, and I learn something new at every single meeting, something that I had no clue about before. Residents are concerned, there's a lot of activity, there's a lot of Freedom of Information Act stuff going on. Is there a better way to educate the public than to watch council meetings and read minutes?
Counselor, we agree with you. And I think the public records request, there's a nuance in there. There's specific one, we could have a long conversation regarding that. I don't want to, I'll put that on a following agenda. We want to be as transparent and as clear as possible moving forward. You know, there is a lot of information. I think even when speaking counselors, I've talked with you guys all individually. We talk about the project, and then there's more questions that emerge as residents. What we're doing, we're creating a water dashboard specifically for the website for an update on water projects moving forward. It'll say on there what the drought status is. It'll say what order we're under. It'll give updates on where we're at, what we've completed, what we're doing, what's in the planning process. You know, as we get this project now sort of breaking ground, we can put some images on there. We can keep people as up to date as possible, providing that information on the water dashboard. We want that to be the central area where people can get that information. So I think that's one area that we can do that information and be as transparent as possible, Councilor.
Thank you. Councilor, if you had another one.
Just a quick question on the vessels once more. If we purchase, well, we are going to purchase these vessels. When we purchase these vessels for 10A and 10B, if we decide a year from now that 10A and 10B have to be taken offline, or maybe that isn't the direction we want to go, are those able to move to, say, Vernon Street or a different well location? Understanding there would be some work involved in that too, right?
Bill, I want your technical part. I'll give mine.
I would actually refer that to a zoo being an engineer. That is something that is way out of my realm even.
So zoo, but while zoo's coming up, I mean, there's construction work that's going on with this project. You know, the consistency of that well, depending on the pilot testing, it might not need PFAS, it might need iron, but magnesium. You won't know that till you do the pilot testing work, and then you'll need to associate whatever vessels are necessary for the treatment of that water. But zoo.
So I want to go back real quick, very shortly, briefly on 10A and 10B. One of the reasons why all those years, last couple of years, when you turn them on, you see how quickly the tanks filled back up. So which means they have very good volume of water. The problem with 10A and 10B, well, 10A we really haven't used, is because back. I'm not going to be throwing anybody under the bus, but it's important to recognize that when it was done 10, 20 years ago, I don't know the rationale for taking raw water and putting it into the distribution system. So you didn't have the filtration that you really needed for those wells. So they are not contaminated. They're basically some water. Bridgewater has very high iron content or manganese content. So those wells were not being treated before they get into the water distribution system. So I will echo what Councilor McGrath said. The rapid response, we brought Bill, and I will tell you, we saw in him what is very unique, his ability to figure out treatment works. So once we put well 10 treated, I just want to be very clear. We've said something about PFAS treatment. High Street plant was started and constructed before EPA came out with a mandate for PFAS treatments. So we still have to upgrade treatment plant at High Street for water coming out of there. The beauty of these vessels for 10A and 10B is a very cost-effective and yet, system-wide speaking, a very cost-effective way of treating water and getting into the system. So when we talk about redundancy, what that means is some of these wells are not going to get rested. Just like you and I, you work all day long, you go home and you sleep. And you wake up the next day, you are refreshed. These wells need to get rested. So by treating well 10s and bringing them online, it will give well 8, well 6, well 5, well 9, the ability to rest while we are producing and sustaining the water levels. Now, to your question about going to Vernon Street, I don't see where well 10A and 10B will not work. They have very good volume of water. It just needs to be treated. The other item that I want to make sure that everybody understands that was mentioned, used just like when Apex made a presentation, was a very good presentation. I understood it because of my engineering background. I'm an engineer. I work with a lot of engineers, licensing engineers. But what happens is when you use a lot of technical jargon, if you will, you lose people. They were talking about hydrogeologic study. You and I, most people don't understand that. So when you talk about tuberculation, what it means is the inside of your pipe with age. Like when I was in my 20s, even in my 50s, okay, I used to be able to move easily. Now I go to the doctor, he says, well, your L3 and L4 are misaligned. And I'm, I don't function as well. That's what is happening with these pipes. The inside of those pipes, they get weaker and they start deteriorating, and you lose the capacity. Okay, so we're already working. Our engineering department is doing this survey, and we're going to be replacing some of those pipes. So not only are you taking care of the wells, but we're also taking care of the conveyance, the pipes that bring those waters in. So when you talk about tuberculation, it simply means that you're losing capacity in your pipes because of the age of the pipes and the inside of the pipe crumbling and taking up space. And when it crumbles, like our iron pipes, that also causes discoloration. So we're going to replace those.
I got a question, and that is, how many miles of pipe have to be replaced, like you were discussing?
No, so I'm talking about the pipes, like the wellhead, the pipes that go from the wells to the treatment plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not to the homes?
Not to the homes. Some of those were done years ago, actually.
how much pipe do you think you'll have to replace from the wells to the High Street plant?
To the High Street plant? No, we don't have any issues with those. We're talking.
To the vessels?
Yes.
Correspond.
Oh, Carver's. The one that we're looking at right now is about 378, so call it 400 feet.
400 feet, okay, okay. And any others that we'll be doing? And what is the cost of doing pipes 400 feet? I have no idea.
Well, right now, without going through a roadway, you're probably looking at about $800. So the 400-foot pipe will probably about $400,000, $1,000 a foot, with all the work associated, the excavation, the pipe material, the installation.
Councilor Kennedy, did you have something?
Yeah, I got a few. Not specifically for a zoo, but thank you for that information. When is our highest spike period in town? I, from what I've heard, I think it correlates with BSU getting out for the year. So are we coming up on that? Yes.
Yes, so our highest usage day in the past year was, in fact, the graduation for BSU.
Okay. And at least for me, that's at least every year up until we've shut those wells off is definitely the time period where I get brown water the worst at my house is during that period, which would correlate to the wells being turned on. I know we've talked about communication with BSU a few times. Are you in constant communication to assure that we don't have this surge? I know I've talked to their president. They've done things like change all of their faucets and taps and everything for water conservation efforts and all that stuff, but it does seem like we still get this uptick here. So have you been in have you had conversations with the president recently?
Yes, and I think, so on my end, I want to say, I think we've talked about it like 6 times directly with President Clark. I know there's more discussion with DPW, and that's the mandate that I've said, because they do some work where we're doing flushing in the evening. You can do some of your work in the less demand time, so I think a zoo can speak to that a little bit further.
Yeah, so what happened, for example, last year? So every year they have a power plant at the university. Every year they have to power down and drain that power plant. That's a requirement. That's part of their maintenance operation. What had happened was they did not notify us when they were doing that work, and they pulled out half a million gallons of water to do that. So we've communicated with them. Don't do that without notifying us, so that we can schedule it. Maybe you have to pay your people overtime to do it at nighttime when you're not affecting a lot of usage.
Okay, does that additional usage, even though it's a yearly thing for them, does this get into fining area where we're using an absurd amount of water? I understand it's their infrastructure at the college, and it's probably very expensive equipment, but the town also can't handle a massive surge like that in our current state. So can that be pushed off until after these wells are online? Has that been communicated with them?
Well, so they do that in July, August. So we are hoping, and I don't see any reason why we wouldn't. We are hoping that all this work will be done so that it will not be as dramatic, but they will still have to do it at nighttime instead of daytime. Last year, they did it.
Sure, so can we get confirmation from them that they'll hold off until these wells are developed and in place before we get that kind of surge?
Director.
Okay. I have a question on the wellheads over at 10A, 10B. There's been some issues brought up there. I've looked at the maps myself. There is some encroachment on that. Is this being investigated by the town? Are we looking into this conservation agent, or what's the current process for that? I'm not sure how much can be spoken on, because if it's a true issue, it's going to go another route. So I'm not sure what can be spoken about at not an executive session, but is that being looked into?
We'll keep it simple, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. The permit for not the permit, the bidding for the work that's being done over there. I know that the bidding process during an emergency is different than a regular bidding process. Is there information available on that bidding? Is it online at this point? Because I know it was done fairly quickly. I know we put something out, we put it out to bid. Then that had to be extended, so a second bid went out. Then we were able to get a company to come in and do that work and commit to the work. So can I just get an overview of exactly where we are there? Have all that bid paperwork been put out? Are we up to date on that?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. As sort of has been intimated, we went for a bid process, initially 60 days, et cetera. And we had one bidder, they ultimately withdrew because of the time frame. So we redid the bid. But one, we did this process. It was different because of emergency procurement, but we were very thorough about it because obviously with emergency procurement, sometimes your cost can be exponentially more because you don't do a good bid process. So we made sure that we contacted, I think, 8 DCAM certified contractors. We notified them of the project. We gave them all the information they were required to. Ultimately, on this latest bid package, we got 3 bidders versus the 1. We do have that information. We can put that on the water dashboard. We got approval from DCAM for the waiver for this emergency procurement process. So we've done everything that we were supposed to, and I think in a cost-effective manner, too.
Okay. And I just want to recap one last thing. The funds that were voted on and approved to connect 10A, 10B to High Street, that $7 million, as the town understands it right now, that's not an equal work that's being done because we're putting units in, we're doing something else, a completely different project, quite frankly. So the council's not going to see that paperwork until the numbers are lined up and everything can be presented and complete to the council so the council can view it themselves to vote on that information. Is that
Exactly.
okay?
That's what I said today, and that's what we will do. I do still reiterate that you have another loan authorization that we did specifically for this, right? And that was the 1.5 that we could use to augment some of those costs initially. But we couldn't give you a figure without doing a bid process, right? And so we wanted to make sure we had that complete. We have that information complete. We know what the vessels are, so we will share that information.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? No? Just last question. You mentioned the state revolving funds. I think did we apply for that in 2025? Was that a part of this original loan authorization, or is that something different?
Lori, you might need to help me, but I believe we did. That was the 2025 that we applied for. That's why it was part of that loan authorization that you guys did in May of last year, May 2025, right?
Yeah, there's a $6 million or so.
Yeah.
Okay. And we didn't qualify for that. Was that correct? Is that what Justin said?
Yeah, that program's been oversubscribed. I think everyone's aware. A lot of communities are going through water infrastructure issues, so they're oversubscribed. We didn't qualify for that.
Okay. And then last question for Bill while you're up there. There's been concern about tank levels, and you say that tanks are at a safe level. Can you speak to what typical something easy to comprehend percentage-wise that we want to be at in terms of total levels that we feel comfortable with flushing? Is it 50%, 75%? Can you speak to that? Because I know that tank levels fluctuate every day, but.
Yeah, so very obviously, we'd like to keep it around 80%, depending on system operations and the daily demand and everything. That's where we would like to be. I haven't really seen that since I've been here. So I also am still learning this system as well as once we bring these tanks back online. So that'll be a determination as well once we get these wells back up and running fully to better determine how we want to operate the system.
What have we gotten up to since we've been connected to Middleborough?
I don't think I should say, under critical infrastructure.
Okay. Why is that?
Because it's a security risk ultimately.
Oh, like arson, fire, stuff like that. Okay. Noted. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the update. I think that's it for your town manager update, right?
It is, yes.
All right. Back to me. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. That at least for me, was more easily consumed. So thank you for that. Moving on, we obviously have already done our discussions. Do we have any committee reports?
Yeah, I have a couple. The Downtown Revitalization Committee met on April 2nd. We referred one item to the Town Council with recommended amendments. That's declaring a blighted area. The other zoning ordinance amendments stating committee, we need to make amendments, and our town attorney will look at that one.
Okay, thank you.
There will be a presentation on April 21st at looking, we recommended, so we can pick a traffic flow design. And then rules and procedures met on April 3rd. Both items are being held in the committee to make some amendments. Because of the importance of the items addressing the water supply and development, the committee will be meeting within a week, hopefully.
All right, thank you. And thank you for all your continued work there. I look forward to seeing what comes out and back to the council, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any other committee reports?
I'll just report that all the councilors have gotten their reviews of the town manager in, so they're being compiled now by the council secretary, and they'll... What's that? Sorry. And then, then we'll get the information to the council president, and then we'll look to have a review with the town manager at that point in time.
Great, thank you. And yeah, just to reiterate, we all did complete our town manager surveys, performance reviews rather, and then, not surveys, but performance review. And then we will deliberate on that and provide an official review of the town manager, his performance. I know that that's something that had been neglected, or rather not done in the past due to administrative changes, but we are doing that work, and that's an important part of our initiative as a council, is evaluating performance. So I look forward to doing that with you, Dr. Perry. Anything further on committee reports? Okay. We'll now move on to legislation for action. Order FY 26-056, contract amendment for the town manager. This measure was not committed, or rather referred to committee. 14 days has elapsed per section 17 of the council rules and procedures. Therefore, this measure may be finally considered this evening. So this is a contract amendment for our town manager. He would be foregoing his performance-based COLA of 1.5%. And then there's some language here regarding vacation days as well. This is something that I personally reviewed and would be in support of, and I would entertain a motion from the council and any discussion.
Moved.
Motion made to
Second.
approve, and then a second. Any discussion on this one from the council?
Yeah, I just want to thank the town manager for offering to do that and bring that to the council's attention. And I think what was asked in return was for you to actually take a vacation, which I know that you haven't really been able to do due to all of the stuff we have had going on in town. So I think, like many counselors, we appreciate you not just taking the time off work because you have it and staying focused on the town, and also leading by example with all the cuts that you've asked and requested by town employees, to also put yourself in that with them. So thank you.
Anything further?
Just as a second, I'll echo the same sentiments that Mr. Kennedy mentioned. I think it shows effective leadership, and I'm happy to support this change.
I also concur with that. If there's no... oh,
I
sure.
do too, and I guess this is the first time I've ever taken money away, voted to take money away rather than give a raise, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for your leadership. Any further discussion before we vote? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next up is ordinance FY 25-019, adoption of Clause 22I of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59 of the HERO Act. So this is a piece of legislation that I sponsored last year with a couple of co-sponsors, Mr. Chase and Ms. Striggles. Last year, we fortunately could not get it through for FY 26. We did our best, but we just couldn't make it happen. So I'm excited that we have this in front of us for this year. Just for a little bit of history, Budget and Finance over the summer, June 17th of 2025, we did vote to recommend, and then the Finance Committee earlier in this year, March 2nd, also voted favorably to recommend. So tonight, I would entertain a motion to refer to advertising.
So moved.
Second.
Oh.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your amendments.
On the backside.
Oh, here we go. Sorry about that. So let's rescind that motion.
I'll rescind the motion.
Thank you. So I'd entertain a motion to adopt the following amendments, which are in our packet. Under sponsor names, we would remove Fred Chase as well as Sonia Striggles. Under Section 1, we would change 2026 to 2027. Under Section 2, we would change FY26 to FY27. And then under Section 4, FY26 to FY27, which is effectively just updating it for this year. So do I have a motion to make those amendments?
So, second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on the amendments? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the amendments are made, so now can we go ahead and make that motion to refer to advertising again?
So moved.
Second.
The motion, thank you, and a second. Any discussion on sending this to advertising? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we have ordinance FY 25-020, adoption of Clause 22J of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5 of the HERO Act. Again, this is a similar piece of legislation, but it does carry a larger financial weight. It's something that we deliberated on very thoroughly in Budget and Finance, and I'll ask Councilor Murphy to chime in on that. But the Finance Committee did approve this all the way back in June 2nd of 2025, and then Budget and Finance, we did hold on to this one for a little while. We would hope to send this over to advertising as well, but I do have amendments, so let's go ahead and, actually, does this need to be amended? Yes, we do. So I'll make, or rather, I'd entertain a motion to make the following amendments. Under Section 1, amend 2026 to 2027. Under Section 2, 2026 to 2027. And then Section 4, 2026 to 2027.
So moved on the amendments.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any discussion on the amendments? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so amendments are made, and before we go ahead and refer to advertising, I'll ask Councilor Murphy if he wants to update us with anything that we had discussed in Budget and Finance.
I don't think there was too much to discuss. I know we discussed, actually briefly, the percentage that we were willing to give, and Councilor Reddy and I came to a conclusion pretty quickly. And so happy to see that, 50% this year, and then for it to grow in future years. I do want to note that we voted 2-0, but Ms. McGrath wasn't there. But you had been there for conversations had over the summer and before that too. So just wanted to recognize that for folks as well.
Appreciate it.
Just a question, what was the percentage?
50%,
50?
5-0.
Yeah, and we can discuss this more when it's up after we advertise it, but the percentage is, it's obviously attributed to a certain amount of dollars of tax abatement, and Shelley is here if we have any specific questions. I know that you've been here all evening, so if anybody does have any questions for Shelley, but a 50% would be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, around $45,000 to $50,000, and about $50,000. So that makes the math easy for all of us. Obviously, if we went at 100%, it'd be a $100,000 abatement. And Councilor Murphy and I thought that starting at 50% would be a worthy endeavor for this year. And then the council, we need to make sure we keep an eye on this, but over the years, we try to kind of tick that up, and we fully fund that over the next 2, 3, or 4 years, whatever it may be. There are some neighboring towns we looked at where they're at. Most of our neighboring towns are at either 50 or 100%, and we want to be, in my opinion, competitive, because veterans are a group of citizens that we want to attract to our community. We're out there, and we want to, in my opinion, sell to them. We want them to be here, we want them to stay here, we want them to start businesses, and we want them to spend their tax dollars here. So I think that's the least that we could do, and obviously thank them for their service. So do we have any questions for Shelley while she's here?
I have one. Shelley, on the second part where it says whereas, the second whereas, it says that to double current exemption amounts for disabled. Does that mean this will double the 50%?
That's what they wrote. Authorizes municipalities to double the current exemption amount. So double means 100%. But you guys, I thought, only chose 50.
Yeah, I think I'm just using that from Clause 22J says that we are allowed to double it, but we're choosing to do 50.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if we did 100, it would be a double, 100% increase.
But it doesn't say if we, I mean, the way it's written, it just says we will,
But I don't, where does it say 50?
or we have to authorize?
Yeah, 22J authorizes municipalities to double current exemption amounts for disabled veterans. That's how the act is written.
Okay.
And then our adoption of that act later on in Section 2 states that it would be 50%.
So where it says we can double each year, we're going to look at this and decide if we bring it up like 25% more, like 75 or whatever, we can do that?
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way that the council or Budget and Finance can consider writing a resolution that we aspire to do that at a graduated scale, or the council has to kind of stay on top of that and do it each year. I'm not sure what the best route of that is, but it's something that we should keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because where it said we could double, I thought we'd look at this every year and decide to bring it up, and, because some towns, they went increments up.
Yeah, I think that we
100%.
start at 50, and then maybe next year we move to increase to 75, and then
See what the
move to
budget
increase to
is.
100. And if our budget can handle it, that's certainly something we should do. I think that it should be part of our base budget for our veterans, but we could try to do that incrementally.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Through you to Shelley, can we just, you have the exact number of veterans who would qualify for this?
The fiscal year 2025 was 158, and this year we're up to 169, and I have 5 that I'm waiting for paperwork.
It's great. Mr. Martin's in the audience, so I'm sure I'll get them signed up.
So as we talked about before, I'll round up, it was 99,100, I'll round up to 100,000. If you guys choose 50%, that means the town is liable for 50,000. You decided on the 22I, which goes off of the COLA. Last year was 2.9. If you round it up to 3%, that would have been 4,500 if you do both of them, or 3,000 if you only did, before you did the 50. Do you understand what I mean? So if you do both back to back, it would have been $5,450 increase for both, if it was last year's numbers.
Yeah, so,
Do you follow that?
So the COLA adjustment would result in a net effect to the town for everybody that qualifies for about $5,000.
But say that one more time.
So the impact of 22I is how much money? About $5,000, you said?
It would have been 3,000 last year,
Oh.
just with the strict, but then if you doubled it.
I
you'd have to
see.
Take the 3,000 and use half of that, which would be 4,500.
Yep.
So last year, if we had used the tax rate from last year, if $50,000 would have increased it a penny. So the average taxpayer would have paid $6.17 more on the real estate, 11 cents more on CPA, for a total of $6.28.
Great. We're talking about COLAs here during budget season. When I hear people who hear 3%, I don't want them to think it's effectively resulting in a large number. It's only a few $1,000s on the
Right,
total.
But if you vote both, they'll go side by side.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But one is, a lot lower than the other.
Great.
And then every year it will go up by that COLA.
Yep.
Whatever from DOR determines from the,
Anything further before we vote to advertising? Okay, with that being said, do I have a motion to refer to advertising?
Moved.
Motion made and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, next one, under legislation for action, resolution FY 26-008, establishing a timely and transparent process for the consideration of the Charter Review Committee recommendations. This measure was not referred to committee. 14 days have elapsed since the initial reading, and therefore we may consider it for action tonight. The first thing that I want to do is to make an amendment to include this piece of legislation, which wasn't on the original first reading, and I wanted to make sure everybody was aware that it's now in our packet. It's pages 49 and 50. So 47, 48 is just the wording, and then 49 and 50 is the actual process of what the council would be adopting. Again, and this is at the moment a resolution. I'm going to just confirm with our town council if I could change this to an order. But I want to add this as an amendment. It should have been a part of the original packet, but we just missed it last time. So I would entertain a motion to first include this language as part of the original measure. So do I have a motion to make that amendment?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
I don't know if everybody's had a chance to review this, but the process is laid out in here, and it does essentially put into process how the council is going to handle the recommendations of the Charter Review Committee. We're going to consider their suggestions, and within 30 days, we're going to effectively bring a measure to refer to rules and procedures, and within 45 days, the Rules and Procedures Committee shall have meetings to take those into consideration, and then effectively bring them back to the council and either take action or no action. Our town council clerk, I'm giving Debbie some more work over here, will track and log these in their process, which she already does for all of our measures anyway. So that's the spirit of this. Has everybody had a chance to review this? Are we comfortable with voting on this tonight? I'm okay if we need to push it, but I see some confused faces. I just want to make sure that we're all comfortable here.
I have some questions.
Sure.
Well, for a couple amendments, but the thing is, I'm not sure if legally in our charter you can do this, because I had my POW MIA flag for 8 months in Rules and Procedures, and I was told that the president nor the town manager had any authority over the chair of a council committee.
Can the council, before we get into that, Jason, can I change this can I amend this to be an order?
No.
No.
It's a resolution.
So as a resolution, it wouldn't direct the chair anyway.
Right.
Am I legally allowed to make this an order? The council could order itself? No?
No. So,
no, it
so
can't?
the council could bring something back and add it to the council's rules and procedures.
Mm-hmm.
The council could adopt this as a resolution and consider it just a policy of the council, because it's essentially laying out some aspirational goals of the council to follow. The council could bring it back conceivably as an ordinance, but there'd be much more vetting if this wasn't just a resolution.
Okay.
My understanding, just based on what I know of it, was the intent of this was to give you all some framework.
Mm-hmm.
If you're creating an order for yourselves, query who polices that, but also, I'm not sure that was the intent of it to begin with. I thought it was kind of to give you some framework.
Yeah, I'm okay with keeping it as a resolution. It was suggested that we codify it as an order, but as somebody who brought it forward, I'm okay with keeping it as a resolution. It's a little bit simpler that way. So, Councilor Kennedy, do you have any questions?
That I agree with all of that. Yeah, I think some of this, if it were to transfer, we keep this amendment since we're currently on the amendment itself. Looking through this from a member of Rules and Procedures, this could be a very large list of items, depending on how the Charter Review Committee comes across. I think like a 30-day one for the number one is probably fine. But once you start extending it out there, I know that you did a good job with the language. There's kind of an off-ramp if it just can't get done in time, or there's procedural issues and what have you. But I know that a lot of people will read it and go, it says 45 days, it's 45 days, or it says 90 days. So I agree with the intent of this, and I don't know what committee I'll be on next year, but I would be more than happy to take on charter recommendations whenever they arrive if I was on that committee. But that's kind of where my sticking point originally was, and it is a resolution, so, it depends on how you want to go with it, Mr. President. If you want to turn it into an order later, it can get inserted somewhere, but I think Madam Vice President brought up a very valid point as well, that's an area of our process that has a lot of autonomy, is the committees themselves, so.
Yeah, I'm okay with keeping it as a resolution, and
Can I make a suggestion, though?
Sure.
I mean, this is really good, but I would suggest that, instead of doing all this, if within 45 days an item is not out of our committee, then the committee will have to explain to the town council why it's not. And
Should we
could
amend
just-
the language to reflect that?
Yeah, because this other stuff, we can't require review and action by town council or anything, but we can have it that and I think it should go out for all committees, all our town council committees. If items are in their committee more than 45 days, I think the president of the town council has a right to question
We
why.
actually can in the charter, is that correct, Jason, that if an item has been in committee for a certain period of time, then we could call it back?
You can call it
I
back.
think it's already in there.
Yes, but that's only if we have the whole council vote on that, right?
Yes.
And so that didn't happen before. So that's why I would like to see that you have in here that at least, the council can, one of the councils can question why that is still being held.
That may be a different order. Would that be a change to the admin code? Or was that in the charter?
I was just saying in your resolution,
What's the specific question about amending it, though?
just to amendment that if, with his 45 days, it has to be out of the committee, I would say after 45 days, a counselor may ask why it's still in a committee.
I agree. I think you already have a process that says you're the council. It's your committees. So you can call back something at any point in time. I'm not sure you have to even put a time frame on it, to be honest with you, because I think you as a council get to decide if you call something back into the full council. But
As a counselor, can I question a chair of a council why they have that, it's still in their committee?
you can question whoever you want
All
about
right.
whatever you want.
Then I'm fine.
Are you okay with that? Okay. Question.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if this is a good idea. First of all, it's almost 11 o'clock at night, number one. Number two is we should look at our own rules and procedures of the council. We haven't looked at that in forever. And I think that might be a better place for this.
I mean, we do this, once every 6 years. It's not something that's part of our usual process. It's a resolution of how I would like to see this go. If we don't want to do this, then that's fine. I don't.
I think it's a good idea. I just would like to see it in our rules and procedures.
Again, it gives us a framework to work by. Again, it's being a resolution, it's a guide, it's aspirational, so I think at least gives us something on paper that can guide us, and also give our Charter Review Committee, something to refer to as well, and they're not waiting, forever to see something that they've reviewed linger. So, again, it's not holding our foot to the fire on the timeframes, but just to give us a working document that can guide us in the process. So I'm happy with it as a resolution.
Okay. Did we adopt these amendments yet? I don't think so. I think
We're still on the amendment.
All right, so any further discussion on adding this as an amendment? Do we want to make any amendments to the language? Do we want to change any timelines on this? Are we all good with it as it is?
I'm really tired, and I may be overthinking this, but at some point, especially in number 2, this amendment refers to or orders or asks or whatever we want to say, the town council to do things. And maybe we could get more specific and just say the president of the town council like we did in 1B. So where it says at the first town council meeting, the town council shall refer, I think it really should say a person as opposed to the entity of the town council itself. Like, again, you do in 1B, but perhaps I'm just overthinking it and it's a resolution anyway, so.
Which line do you want to change?
I don't. Let's just move forward.
Okay. All right, let's vote on the adding as written, the amendments.
Sure.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. The amendments are added. Now let's take this in its entirety for consideration. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
Second.
Do we have a second? Any discussion on adopting this? It's a resolution. I appreciate that we all want to be diligent, but as long as this is close enough, I think personally that this is enough for the council to work off of, and also encourage our Charter Review Committee that we are going to take their recommendations very seriously, and this affirms that. So any further discussion on that?
Appreciate the work you did.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we do not have any old business, rather. We have some new business, Order FY 26-057, acceptance of a grant from the Department of Energy Resources, Green Communities Division. I'll ask our town manager to introduce this one.
I'm going to be very brief so we can move on. The town received a grant of $84,995. There's a Green Communities Competitive Grant. I want to thank the CED department for applying for it, as well as the Energy Committee for the collaboration on it. Their information regarding the projects are in the packet. I think we want to move on.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to refer to Budget and Finance and
So
Finance
moved.
Committee.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, Order FY 26-058, Bridgewater Police Relief Association, collective bargaining contract ratification. I'll ask our town manager to introduce this one to us as well.
I'll have some brief comments, but I'm going to invite Chief Del Monte, just being considerate of his time. He wanted to say something regarding this, so I'll have him speak first, and then I'll just give a brief comment.
Just very quickly, you'll see it in your package there. I just want to say a thank you to the town manager, but I also want to thank members of the Bridgewater Police Association. They've been without a contract for the last 2 years. This was not easy. Compromise is not easy. And I just want to thank them for the efforts that went in there. I think there's some members of the association that are here. And all of our members, on behalf of the community, this is a good thing. And I appreciate the work that went into this. And I support this, and I hope you will as well when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
And I just briefly want to say that, we've had our conversations about COLAs and different things. I really do appreciate the collaboration with the police union and all of our union groups that we've been able to settle with so far. I just want to say thank you. And we believe this is a very cost-effective contract. There's a lot of collaboration, a lot of discussion, but it's also not just the town manager. Before I got on board, our finance director, our HR director did a lot of work too, and I just built upon that and hopefully established a good working relationship moving forward. So I appreciate the collaboration of all our union groups, and particularly the police union group in terms of this. I know I have talked about the parameters of this contract to the council. Considering the time, I don't know if you want me to do this now again, or we want to wait, but I will defer to you all.
Yeah, do we have any questions? No, this is just a first reading. We're going to refer to committees, but do we have any initial questions at the time?
I have one question. As a town, do the police have free college at the BSU like some town employees have?
Employees have the capability to go for some classes, BSU, yes.
That includes our police department?
All of our employees are eligible.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to refer to Budget and Finance Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Next up, we have Order FY 26-059, Bridgewater Police Relief Association, Collective Bargaining Agreement. This is the contract appropriation transfer. I would assume this is for a
This is to fund the
retroactive
contract.
COLA. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Thank
It
you.
includes the retroactive aspect.
Any questions on this one before we entertain a motion to refer to Budget and Finance Committee? No. Do I have a motion to refer?
So moved.
Motion made. Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Next up, Order FY 26-060, FY 26 Wage Adjustment Budget Transfers. I'll ask our town manager to introduce this one, please.
So this is similar to what you saw in the previous order, except these are wage adjustments for non-union group members, USW, and our library. The council has settled these contracts previously, but we never did a wage transfer, the appropriation transfer. Those funds are in this for fiscal year 26. And our finance director just told me it's for 48 people. But we held on to those transfers so we could see how the budget was looking and make sure we had all our information. So as part of the appropriation transfer for the collective bargaining agreements we've already agreed to.
Thank you. So I'd entertain a motion to refer to Budget and Finance and the Finance Committee.
So moved.
Motion made. And do you have any discussion or questions on this one?
I do have a
sure.
question. To the town manager, explanation, library budget, would this be restoring the 5 hours a week to the library?
No, this is just meeting the COLA requirements as part of the collective bargaining agreement. It doesn't provide any more additional funding.
And I don't know if we got a second on that.
I was going to say I'll second it.
Second, thank you. Do you have any other discussion on this one? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And next up, we have a resolution FY 26-009, a resolution in recognition of Pride Month. I'd ask Councilor Murphy if he has any comments on introducing this one.
Yeah, we heard from BCCR earlier this evening. They have asked to do a ceremony and a flag raising at the Bridgewater Public Library, an event that has occurred since 2021 and has been supported by the council since. And so I put forth this resolution on that.
I don't believe we need to refer this to any committees, so I'd entertain a motion to retain at a council level.
So moved.
We have a motion made. Do we have a second? Any discussion?
Yep. I'm not gonna get, it's too late to get into some of the other stuff, but at mid-code level, with our admin code in the town, the flag code currently only allows flags to be flown at the Academy building, and it specifically states the Academy building, which may mean that it excludes other buildings. So it specifically states the Academy building is the place to raise flags. So at a minimum, I don't think under the code, admin code have the purview to raise the flag at the library.
Do you think it matters that there's a flag array flying at the library? I mean, there's a United States flag flying there, and in other years, they've always flown the,
That's what the
this
admin
flag.
code says.
That's what I was,
So do I think that,
I mean, is it okay to have the American flag flying over there?
we allow, under the code currently, it's, the way it's written is the American flag and the POW flag, but it specifically says the Academy building. So I don't know how much of that is under the purview of the trust at the library, but the way the code is written, it states the Academy building as the place the council has the control over.
So I think this is a resolution,
Okay.
and so the town manager under the charter determines the use of town facilities and property. So I actually think this would be a resolution that would be essentially aspirational to the town manager, who could make the decision to fly the flag where the town manager thought he was going to fly the flag.
Okay. All right, so we have the motion on the table to refer, or sorry, not to refer, to retain it at the town council level. Any further discussion before we vote to do that?
I have one question. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead.
I might be picky, but the fifth whereas, it says unwavering support for all. I wonder if we could amend that to say for all LGBTQ+, because for all, I mean, I have, as Christians, people are coming at us and Jewish people, so I would just want to focus on this is who we're doing it for, not for everyone. You know what I mean?
I think their statement there is saying that town of Bridgewater remains a community of safety, acceptance, and unwavering support for everybody. They use the word all. Maybe you can
It
put,
says, well, it says for all, so.
maybe you can put all persons. I don't think they're trying to limit it to,
Well, I mean, this is a flag for the Juneteenth. I'm just saying,
yes.
with Christians being crucified and Jewish people, I feel like I don't want to say for all, but I definitely for LGBT, and that's the resolution for the flag. And I know it's a resolution, but I was just, you know, for my faith and the Jewish faith, I wouldn't want to, you know, give safety and acceptance to those who crucify people for their religious. So I was just wondering if we could put, instead of for all, for LGBTQT, I mean plus, which the pride flag's for.
Do you want to offer that up tonight, or do you want to do it at our next reading where we take action?
I guess we can wait.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's tired. I don't mind. I put it out there.
Okay. Councilor Ellenberg, did you have anything?
I'm too tired.
All right. Any further discussion?
Just a quick comment on Councilor Kennedy's point. I do somewhat agree with what he had said, and I think there's room for us to rewrite that last "be it resolved" on this particular resolution to align more with what council had said.
Okay.
So I don't know if that fully answers your question or your comment, but I do think that it could be edited.
It's too tired for the politics right now, but as a mid-code issue, that's...
All right. All those in favor of retaining it at council level, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, Resolution FY 26-010, a resolution honoring Juneteenth. Councilor Murphy, one more time, please.
Very similar to the last resolution, Bridgewater Town Council has supported an event and a flag raising since 2021 related to BCCR. We also heard specifically a letter that was written in support of this earlier this evening. We know that the Bridgewater State University also holds a separate event in relation to this holiday as well too. I will note that I think this language at the bottom of the resolution is more fitting for what we're looking for here. It doesn't proclaim that a flag be flown, but it does speak to that a little bit. So I do think that a further amendment with similar language to this would be appropriate. Again, I think what the resolution is serving for here is the support of the town council of what is already happening, not a request of the town council to direct or do anything. That was the intent.
Okay. So do I have a motion to retain at a town council level?
So moved.
Motion made and a second. Any further discussion? Councilor Kennedy?
I do think the same language it's pretty similar, so if that was adjusted, that's fine. And then this doesn't include the flag that's being flown, which is also required in the inmate code as well. So it's a Juneteenth flag. It's been around for, I think, at least the 90s, if not earlier.
Motion to continue since the documentation has not been presented, as you were saying.
Do we want to just make an amendment with the photo for the next reading?
I will only raise the point that this is not pertaining to the this building, the Academy building, and I think Councilor Kennedy and I probably have just different opinions on the interpretation of that, and so perhaps we could get an interpretation of that from council or whatever it may be. But I think when we're required to hang or fly a certain flag at the Academy building, it is very clear that a picture be included in it. In fact, was for the earlier resolution. I just don't know that it's a requirement for this specifically.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I want, so,
Didn't hear a second on the motion to continue.
Oh.
We still had an original motion.
Oh, yeah,
just to
we
keep it
still
at
have the
council
original
level.
motion. Yeah, are you gonna, sorry, Councilor Ellenberg, you made a motion to
I
continue.
made a motion to continue to the next meeting so that documentation can be provided as necessary under the.
We are, if we retain it at council level, we're effectively continuing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Are you okay with, you want to rescind that?
I will rescind.
Thank you.
I'll pass until next council.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we do have a second on keeping it at the council level. All those in favor of doing so, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Last one, Resolution R FY 26-011, a resolution of the Bridgewater Town Council supporting House Bill H91 and Senate Bill S 2556, an act to modernize funding for community media programming. Councilor Hunt put this forward along with a letter that if we approve this, we'll sign and send in our support of this, which will hopefully help to maintain funding for our friends over at BTV. But Councilor Hunt, do you want to say anything on this?
That's just basically what it says. We need to say something good about the community access television so that they can keep on doing the things that they've done for years and years, making sure that we have everything we need here in town for the BTV. They've been incredibly wonderful.
Great.
Just a quick question to her. Ms. Hunt, is this to not base funding based on just enrollment of people who get cable? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
And I'll speak on it too. A lot of people are cutting the cable cord, so this is the way to get streaming companies to fund revenue to support our wonderful Bridgewater Television.
Yeah, it's a great initiative. So I would also similarly entertain a motion to retain at town council level.
Moved.
Second.
Action made, second. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Councilor Hunt, for doing that work. Appreciate it. And last up, before we adjourn, we have citizen comments. Due to Massachusetts open meeting law requirements, discussions will not take place during public comment periods. If appropriate, responses to questions and concerns will be given by the town manager at a future town council meeting. Anyone may come up at this time and comment for up to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Steph D'Amelia, Harvest Lane. I'm going to start off by saying the last time I was at this podium, I let my frustrations get the best of me, and I made some comments that I'm not very proud of, so I hope you guys can accept my apologies for my actions. Now that that's behind me, I do have a hard time when there's presentations and department heads here, and they talk about some things and give us information, and then there's a long period of time where they leave, and then now the questions come. This happened last time, so I was wondering if there's ever a time where we could pause, instead of waiting for citizens' comments, let citizens come up. For instance, I learned tonight that we're, not my words, but maxed out at our water production is maxed out at 1.33 million gallons per day. I'm pretty sure I heard that.
Yeah, 1.33.
accurately. And then I also know at the last time I heard here in this chambers that the state permits us for 1.98 million gallons per day. So that would leave us about 650,000 gallons of surplus of space. But this was confusing way back when, I think in 2025 at some point, when Jonas said something similar to this. Just because the state permits us 1.98 million gallons per day, that doesn't mean we push our infrastructure to get to that point. If we're maxed out at 1.33 million gallons per day, that's because that's all we can do. It has nothing to do with what the state is allowing us to pull out of the ground. So there's some confusion there. Our infrastructure today is designed and doing its best and struggling at 1.33 million. We don't have any extra capacity just because the state says we can. And I want to appreciate the fact that there has been a little bit improvement on transparency, and I really appreciated you talking about that. I hope that continues. That was really good news. I will say this, as far as transparency goes, I'm shifting gears a little bit here. It's my understanding that we have some major leaks, water leaks in the town of Bridgewater. I won't tell you how I know that, but I'd like to know if any of them have been found, and how many gallons are they predicting that we are losing per day. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Janet Hanson, Pleasant Street. Just a few things, and my thoughts are all over the place, but I didn't hear an answer to my question about what Middleborough's definition of new is. I still need clarification of what new is, what Middleborough thinks new is for hookups. And as far as the water bill, I know they say that hopefully single families, their water bill is lower now. We're just 2 people, and we're not using any more water than we have, and my water bill has gone up. So I don't see a decrease in my water bill. That being said, it's a charter resolution. I hope you stick with it. It should be naturally a part of a charter review. So hopefully I won't be disappointed in 6 years from now if I get on the charter review committee like I was before. I can't even remember some of the stuff we did, but I don't see anything being, 6 years later. So hopefully this definitely will solve that problem. As far as the school budget, I haven't seen the budget, but some questions I was jotting down. Are they top-heavy with non-teacher positions, on their budget? What's up top? Is it, are they top-heavy for administrative? Have they decreased administrative costs? 42 class size is, I agree, way too much. But I grew up in horse and buggy days. I had 30 kids plus in my classes, and we survived. I don't know, is there a difference in how things are taught now? Because that was the norm, and I was in a small town. That was a normal size. So I don't know what the difference is as teaching different. And why can't they use, and I've said it before, but why can't they use volunteers in the elementary schools to help these teachers in the lower grades? They used to. Why can't they now? And I don't like it when people say that you don't care about the kids if you don't want to have a 2.5. I most certainly do care about kids. I didn't vote for it when my son was in school way back, but I just can't afford it. My taxes have quadrupled, if not more, since we bought the house in '87, and we have done not a single improvement on that house. I have a dirt basement. We haven't done a single thing, and our taxes keep going up. It's because they assess things differently. But just to say that you don't care about the kids, you get what you paid for. If you don't want a 2.5, and that was what one of the gentlemen was saying, you get what you pay for, so, you know, don't complain. But how much more that some people can't afford? I'm just on a fixed income. So I'd love to be able to just give money, but it's just some things that you need to look at. You just can't say that you don't care about kids because you don't want a 2.5. And it's just not simple. It's not an easy decision. And, but I thank you. I hope that the resolution for the charter sticks, and I wish it was in order. But I think that's it. My mind is going all over the place. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Carlton Hunt, Austin Street. I just wanted to compliment the town manager in that very simple presentation. Also, the superintendent was clear, and Azu was pretty clear. Yes, there are still a few little things that we have to address, like the 1.33 daily, but I understood that 500,000 gallons a day could come out of 10A and 10B, and that would raise planned by the end of June, weather permitting and construction issues permitting, but that would raise that to 1.8 million. So I think there's some numbers there that are being improved, and we should see that in 3 or 4 months. Thank you. I hope this calms, and these presentations calms the information that's being put out on Facebook. This presentation should explain, and did explain, even though I have high degrees and I sort of understood the engineering presentation, KISS principle is really critical. And I think we met that line today, and I really hope the rhetoric online calms down. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else like to come up and speak? Okay. Well, thank you all for coming tonight. We'll now move into council comments. Mr. Lindy, I'll start with you.
I wish we could make meetings cap at 11 o'clock. I don't think meetings are productive after a certain length of time. I appreciate all the residents that are still here. We made a motion, I made the motion like I usually do to extend it past 10, but I stick to that. I think we have too much on some of the agendas, and I think we need to look at that going forward. A lot of work went into a lot of things. I am not targeting any individual, but I think we are showing good faith on this side, and I don't like to see large raises on the other side. I don't like people taking pot shots at the council from the school side. I'm a school supporter. I've been a school committee member. It's just, we've got to figure out how to get the money to pay for the schools, and we haven't figured that out yet. I don't think there's a climate out there for override. I'm reading every day about every other town. A library closing completely in the town of Whitman for not a year, but potentially for 5 years. A council on aging director in Halifax taking a 50% cut. I'm not looking forward to the budget meeting next week because it's not going to be a fun meeting, but it's something we all have to look at and sift out. I appreciate the work my other counselors have put into all of the information here, and I don't want to belabor the meeting any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hunt?
I usually wouldn't say anything this late at night because I'm just ready to go home, but I had a real privilege today, so I wrote it down, so I'll say it succinctly and get it over with for you. I was privileged today to join the Small Bodies, Big Risks, Clean Air, Healthy Homes, Toxic-Free Kids Forum, sponsored by the Children's Advocacy Network of the Office of Government Relations, Department of Boston Children's Hospital this morning. It was both scary, horrifying, yet deeply moving to hear how both medical organizations and the Massachusetts governmental folks are working to protect our children from dangerous homes, toxic chemicals, the dangerous components in children's toys, clothes, food, bedding, and the air we all breathe. One of their parting statements was a call for us to make sure we are working with the local boards of health. I hope to attend their next meeting. I think there are actually 2 members of the Board of Health now. There could be 3, but I don't think there's a 3rd one yet. And I'm grateful that they have volunteered after several years of Bridgewater having no Board of Health. So that's what I've got to say, and thanks everybody for your time.
Thank you very much. Councilor Murphy? Dr. Perry?
All right. Well, I'd just like to, again, thank everyone for coming out tonight. Obviously, a lot to talk about. It is getting late. But I do want to, since no one's mentioned it yet, again, thank our Veterans Agent, Greg Martin, for all the work he did on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, as well as the event itself. It was a wonderful turnout. We had multiple hundreds of people out there. I want to thank the community members that got together to help him put that together, like Mr. D'Amelia, who's here tonight, Sean Flaherty with Yukon Landscaping, and a number of other individuals, and those obviously financially gave to the event. Just again shows how this community comes together for special events such as that. Other than that, again, I'm not belaboring the rest of the night either. I just know we have a lot of work to do as a council to work on the budget that's upcoming. We had a lot of discussions, obviously, on the school side of things. We're going to get into some real fiscal reality of what that means on the town side, government side. I have a lot of tough choices to make. So we'll do the work and we'll see what we can come up with. But I'll stand by the statements I made earlier. I really think it's all parties, all parts of town need to really come together, tighten the bootstraps, and buckle down here, especially for over these next couple, 2-3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Ellenberg?
Yes. The Charter Review Committee, I hope that they would consider the option of returning to open town meeting as one of the options that they would study. And the reason why for that is because you all have a voice, but y'all don't have a vote anymore. Only we have the vote. Open town meeting returns everyone with a voice, and they walk in carrying their vote with them. So I hope the Charter Review Committee would consider such an option. Lastly, I think BSU, in terms of our budget matters, will have to help us with providing interns to our school system. And that's all.
Thank you. Councilor Kennedy?
Yeah, thank you all for a productive meeting, even though it's very long. I want to thank FinCom and the school members, superintendent, school committee members for joining us tonight. I felt like that was productive, and we need to do hopefully a few more of those. We need those questions asked in multiple settings so multiple residents are able to hear it out. That's really all I got tonight. You guys have a good night.
Thank you. Vice President McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the Fire Chiefs Association of Plymouth County, the Fire Chief of Brockton spoke against laws that would allow single stairwell in residential buildings. He stated they're a dangerous design for low-income housing. Single stairwells hamper the firefighters' operations and inhibit the safe evacuation of the state's most vulnerable, economic disadvantaged community members. So I don't know if I haven't looked into it, but I think if Bridgewater has that, we need to stop that.
Thank you. And as for myself, I wanted to thank everybody in our community for coming out tonight. I want to thank our, school superintendent, our school committee members for coming out for not only one meeting, but two meetings previously with our Budget and Finance Committee. And I understand and want us all to recognize that our community is facing a lot of challenges. Obviously, the water issues are front and center, but we also have a lot of fiscal challenges with our budget. But I'm very confident in us here, our town council and our town manager, to navigate those challenges. And I look forward to doing a lot of hard work with you all the rest of this month. We've got a number of meetings on our agenda. We'll see everybody here in just under 48 hours. So I look forward to continuing to work with you all. And I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Hey, I'm missing, somebody didn't sign one of these.
Oh.
I think yours. Yeah, I think it's.
How you doing? I've given some long ones too, but that one was.
Wow.